Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Submerged City of Aquilon. The submersible, christened the Triton, shuddered as it descended into the abyssal depths. Outside, the ocean's oppressive darkness pressed against the reinforced glass, a stark contrast to the sterile, brightly lit interior. Dr. Eris Thorne, lead marine biologist and expedition leader, gripped the armrests, his knuckles bone-white. Years of meticulous research, countless hours poring over ancient maps and cryptic texts, had led to this moment, a moment that felt simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. The expedition, shrouded in secrecy, had been funded by a shadowy organization known only as the Kronos Initiative. Their interest in the area, a remote section of the Mariana Trench, was as enigmatic as their funding. Eris, initially skeptical, had been convinced by the compelling evidence, fragments of an ancient, unknown language deciphered from sonar readings, anomalies in the magnetic field, and whispered legends of a lost city swallowed by the sea. The team, a collection of experts handpicked for their discretion and specialized skills, remained mostly silent. Dr. Lena Petrova, a leading expert in underwater archaeology, meticulously monitored the sonar readings, her face illuminated by the flickering glow of the console. Captain Eva Rostova, a veteran of deep-sea exploration, navigated the submersible with the practiced ease of a seasoned professional, her eyes fixed on the complex array of instruments. Rounding out the team was Dr. Jian Li, a geophysicist whose expertise in underwater tectonic activity was proving invaluable. As the Triton descended further, the pressure mounted, a tangible weight pressing against the vessel. The familiar sounds of the ocean's surface were replaced by an unnerving silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic whirring of the submersible's engines and the occasional creak of the hull. The darkness outside intensified, becoming a profound, absolute black that seemed to absorb all light. Then, at a depth of approximately 7 kilometers, the sonar emitted a sharp ping. Lena gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Dr. Thorne," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, "I'm picking up something large. Something artificial." Eris leaned forward, his heart pounding in his chest. On the sonar screen, a massive structure emerged from the darkness, a colossal edifice of unimaginable scale. It wasn't a natural formation. This was undeniably a city, a lost metropolis submerged beneath the waves for centuries, perhaps millennia. The submersible cautiously approached the structure, the beams of its powerful searchlights cutting through the inky blackness. Slowly, painstakingly, the submerged city of Aquilon revealed itself, a breathtaking spectacle of architectural marvels crafted from a material that defied easy identification. The city's structures, a complex labyrinth of buildings, towers, and plazas, resembled nothing Eris had ever seen before. They were sleek, almost organic in their design, with flowing curves and intricate details that seemed to defy the laws of engineering. Massive, elegantly carved statues, depicting figures of otherworldly beauty and terrifying grandeur, adorned the city's plazas and avenues. Their features, both human and inhuman, were deeply unsettling, and their expressions conveyed a complex mix of sorrow, defiance, and unimaginable wisdom. The city's streets were wide, suggesting a civilization of immense scale and sophistication. As they explored further, the team discovered evidence of a highly advanced civilization. Intricate carvings, etched onto the walls of the buildings and statues, depicted scenes of advanced technology and sophisticated social structures. These were not mere primitive carvings, they were complex depictions of astronomical events, intricate machinery, and seemingly impossible feats of engineering. Deep within the city's central plaza, they discovered a colossal structure, a massive edifice that dwarfed even the largest buildings in Aquilon. Its surface was adorned with intricate symbols that echoed the language detected by the sonar readings, a language that seemed older than humanity itself. Eris felt a chilling sense of unease as he examined these symbols, a feeling of foreboding that went beyond simple awe or scientific curiosity. The team entered the edifice, their submersible navigating through what seemed to be a massive, subterranean chamber. The air inside was thick, heavy with an ancient, unfamiliar smell, a scent of ozone, salt, and something else, something ancient and profoundly unsettling, something that evoked the distant echoes of cosmic horror. Inside the chamber, they found a massive, obsidian sphere, pulsating with a faint, internal light. The symbols etched on the sphere were identical to those found throughout the city, but here, they seemed to pulse with an almost palpable energy. As Eris touched the sphere, he experienced a sudden, overwhelming surge of images, visions of a civilization that had mastered technologies beyond human comprehension, a civilization that had explored the cosmos and delved into the deepest mysteries of existence. But these visions were punctuated by horrifying glimpses of decay and despair, a society that had succumbed to a terrible fate, a civilization undone by its own hubris, its own reckless pursuit of knowledge. The images were fragmented, chaotic, and deeply disturbing, conveying a sense of immense cosmic dread. The sphere seemed to be a repository of the city's history, its knowledge, and its doom. It spoke of a civilization that had reached the pinnacle of technological advancement, only to be consumed by a cosmic horror that transcended human understanding. Aquilon, it seemed, was not merely a lost city, it was a testament to the terrifying consequences of unchecked ambition and the ultimate fragility of even the most advanced civilizations. The city had not been destroyed by war or natural disaster, it had been swallowed by something far more insidious, something that lurked in the depths of space and time, something that defied human comprehension. The team, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their discovery and the chilling implications of what they had found, carefully documented their findings, aware that their discovery held the potential to rewrite human history and redefine our understanding of the universe. As they ascended, leaving the submerged city behind, they carried with them not only the knowledge of a lost civilization, but also the unsettling weight of a cosmic horror, a chilling reminder of the fragility of existence and the terrifying power of the unknown. The silence of the ocean, once a comforting void, now seemed to echo with the whispers of Aquilon, a silent testament to a civilization lost to the depths, a chilling warning of the dangers that lurk beyond the veil of our understanding. The ascent was slow, agonizingly so. The pressure eased gradually, but the weight of their discovery pressed down on the team, a palpable sense of dread and awe hanging in the air. Eris felt a strange detachment, a sense of being disconnected from the familiar reality of the surface world. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that their discovery was only the beginning of a far larger, far more terrifying mystery. Aquilon was not merely a lost city, it was a gateway, a portal to something far more sinister, something that lay dormant in the abyss, waiting for an opportune moment to unleash its horrors upon the world. The return to the surface, far from bringing relief, served only to amplify the unsettling knowledge they carried. The sunlight, once a comforting beacon, now seemed harsh and intrusive, revealing the stark reality of their discovery and its profound implications. They had gazed into the abyss, and the abyss had gazed back. And in that gaze, they had glimpsed a truth so terrible, so profoundly unsettling, that it threatened to shatter their sanity and perhaps, ultimately, their very world. The game, it seemed, was only just beginning. The submersible's powerful searchlights sliced through the gloom, illuminating bizarre, bioluminescent flora clinging to the ancient structures of Aquilon. Giant, kelp-like plants, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, swayed gently in the current, their tendrils snaking around crumbling columns and half-buried statues. The light revealed a strange ecosystem, thriving in the perpetual darkness, utterly alien to anything Eris had ever encountered. Fish with eyes like polished obsidian darted through the skeletal remains of what appeared to be a massive aqueduct, their movements graceful yet unsettling, as if guided by an unseen intelligence. Lena, ever the meticulous scholar, meticulously documented the unusual marine life. Her voice, usually calm and measured, held a note of wonder laced with apprehension. "Dr. Thorne," she whispered, pointing at a particularly strange creature resembling a giant, bioluminescent jellyfish, but with multiple, writhing tentacles tipped with what seemed to be razor-sharp claws. This is unlike anything in any known taxonomic classification. It seems to be absorbing energy from the city itself." Jian, peering over her shoulder, adjusted his glasses, his face illuminated by the reflected light from the console. "The energy readings are off the charts," he murmured, his voice low. "It's as if the city itself is still alive, somehow. Or rather, that its remains are fostering a unique, symbiotic relationship with this bizarre ecosystem." Eva, her eyes fixed on the navigation controls, expertly maneuvered the Triton through the labyrinthine streets of Aquilon. Navigating the submerged city was a delicate dance, requiring precision and a healthy dose of caution. The structures, though seemingly solid, showed signs of significant deterioration, threatening to collapse at any moment. Several times, the submersible narrowly avoided collisions with crumbling edifices and massive, overgrown coral formations. As they ventured deeper into the city's heart, the team encountered even stranger anomalies. Massive, perfectly smooth spheres, several meters in diameter, lay scattered throughout the plazas and avenues. They appeared to be made from the same material as the city's buildings, yet their surface was entirely devoid of markings or carvings, exuding a smooth, almost unnervingly perfect finish. These spheres emitted a faint, pulsating hum that seemed to resonate deep within the bones of the explorers. Eris, feeling a growing unease, reached out to touch one of the spheres. The contact sent a shiver down his spine, a feeling of cold dread that seemed to emanate from the very core of the structure. The hum intensified, and a faint, shimmering light emanated from within the sphere, casting strange, dancing shadows on the surrounding structures. "What is that?" Lena whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. Jian ran a series of tests, his face pale. "The energy readings are exponential," he stammered. "It's like a contained, but incredibly powerful, source of something. I can't identify it. It's beyond anything I've ever encountered." The submersible's lights revealed intricate networks of tunnels and canals running beneath the city's streets. These subterranean passages seemed to be constructed with the same unnerving precision as the surface structures, their purpose utterly baffling. They ventured into one of these tunnels, their submersible navigating a narrow, claustrophobic passage. The walls were smooth and cold, radiating an unnatural chill that seeped into their bones. The darkness pressed in, amplifying the sense of isolation and unease. As they proceeded deeper into the tunnels, they discovered chambers filled with strange, metallic objects. These objects resembled complex machinery, yet their purpose was entirely unclear. They were sleek, almost organic in their design, a blend of curves and sharp angles that defied easy categorization. The intricate mechanisms seemed to be perfectly preserved, despite the millennia spent submerged in the ocean's depths. Within one such chamber, they found a massive, crystalline structure pulsating with a soft, internal light. The structure resembled a colossal brain, its surface covered with a network of glowing veins and arteries. Eris felt an inexplicable pull toward it, a magnetic attraction that seemed to draw him closer. As he reached out to touch it, he experienced a wave of dizziness, a disorienting sensation of being pulled into a swirling vortex of light and sound. He saw fleeting images, visions of a technologically advanced civilization, capable of manipulating space and time. They were images of a society that existed in perfect harmony with its environment, its cities seamlessly integrated into the fabric of the world. But interspersed with these visions were terrifying glimpses of decay and destruction, of a catastrophic event that had shattered their world. He saw scenes of a desperate struggle for survival, of a civilization consumed by a force beyond its comprehension. The vision ended as abruptly as it began, leaving Eris gasping for breath. He stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind reeling from the intensity of the experience. The crystalline structure had ceased pulsing, its light dimming to a faint glow. The team, shaken but undeterred, continued their exploration. They discovered more evidence of Aquilin's advanced technology, intricate devices that seemed to control the city's environment, mechanisms for generating energy from unknown sources, and tools that defied explanation. It was a civilization that had mastered technologies far surpassing anything humanity had ever achieved, but it was a civilization that had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only its magnificent, yet unsettling, ruins. As they neared the outskirts of the city, they encountered what seemed to be a massive, underwater gateway, a colossal archway of unknown material, emitting a faint, pulsating energy. The archway seemed to be a portal to another dimension, or perhaps to another time. It beckoned them, promising untold wonders and unimaginable horrors. The expedition had begun as a quest to uncover a lost city, but it had transformed into something far more profound, far more terrifying. Aquilon was not merely a submerged metropolis, it was a portal to the unknown, a gateway to secrets best left undisturbed. The team had glimpsed the wonders and the horrors of a civilization that had pushed the boundaries of knowledge and technology too far, paying the ultimate price for their ambition. As they ascended, leaving the submerged city behind, they carried with them not only the weight of their discovery, but also the chilling knowledge that the secrets of Aquilon were only just beginning to be revealed. The ocean's silence held now not just a sense of vast emptiness, but also the whispers of a cosmic horror, a haunting testament to a civilization undone, and a chilling reminder of the fragility of even the most advanced societies when confronted with the terrifying unknown. The return to the surface was less a return to reality and more an escape from the unnerving truth of Aquilon's secrets, a truth far more profound and terrifying than the team could have ever possibly imagined. The submersible's ascent was slow, a deliberate unwinding of the pressure as the Triton climbed towards the surface. The silence of the deep, however, was not the peaceful quietude they'd expected. It was thick, heavy, pregnant with an unspoken dread that lingered even as the faintest glimmer of sunlight pierced the gloom. The lingering image of the crystalline structure, that pulsating brain-like object, burned itself onto their retinas, a symbol of a forgotten civilization's rise and catastrophic fall. As the first rays of sunlight finally broke through the water's surface, illuminating the interior of the submersible, the team began to process the enormity of their discovery. The weight of Aquilon, both literally and metaphorically, settled upon them. It wasn't just the physical pressure that pressed down, it was the burden of witnessing a civilization's end, a testament to the unknowable forces that could unravel even the most advanced societies. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the periphery caught Eva's eye. She slowed the ascent, her gaze fixed on a large, shadowy shape moving amidst the kelp forests near the city's outer limits. As the submersible drew closer, the shape resolved into a creature unlike anything they had encountered before. It was humanoid in form, but its skin was translucent, a pale, almost luminous white, allowing them to see the intricate network of veins and arteries beneath. Its eyes were large, black orbs that seemed to absorb the light, leaving no reflection. Long, slender fingers ended in what appeared to be sharp, claw-like nails. The creature moved with an unnerving grace, its limbs bending and stretching in ways that seemed impossible for a human form. It seemed to be entirely adapted to the aquatic environment, moving with effortless fluidity. Lena, her scientific curiosity momentarily outweighing her fear, whispered, It's an Aquilonian." The creatures seemed to sense their presence, its black eyes fixing on the submersible. It didn't display any aggression, but neither did it show any signs of fear. There was a sense of ancient wisdom in its gaze, a quiet acceptance of their presence in its submerged world. As they watched, other figures emerged from the shadows, emerging from the kelp forests like phantoms from a forgotten dream. They were all similar in form, variations in height and build hinting at individuality within the species. They moved with a synchronicity that hinted at an unspoken communication, a collective consciousness perhaps, a hive mind that connected them to the submerged city and its secrets. They glided gracefully through the water, their movements fluid and hypnotic. The creatures appeared to be interacting with the strange bioluminescent flora, seeming to gather something from the plants, a substance or energy that was invisible to the human eye. Their pale bodies glowed with a soft light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the city's unseen energies. They seemed utterly at home in this alien environment, perfectly integrated into the unique ecosystem that thrived in the ruins of Aquilon. Eris, still reeling from the vision he had experienced within the crystalline structure, found himself strangely captivated by these beings. They were not the monstrous creatures he had half expected to find. They were survivors, inhabitants of a lost world, adapted to an existence beyond human comprehension. Jian attempted to use the submersible sonar to obtain readings of the beings, but the technology was overwhelmed by the unusual bioluminescent energies surrounding them. The readings were chaotic, filled with impossible spikes and fluctuations, suggesting that these creatures were somehow woven into the fabric of Aquilon's energy field. Eva, always the pragmatist, noted that the beings exhibited no signs of hostility, no attempt to attack or even to deter the submersible. Their behavior suggested a long history of living in Aquilon, a coexistence with its mysteries and its secrets. Perhaps they were the guardians of the city, its silent keepers. As the submersible continued its ascent, the Aquilonians seemed to fade back into the shadows. They were gone as quickly as they had appeared, melting back into the deep, leaving only the lingering sense of their presence. This interaction, brief and silent, transformed the expedition's understanding of Aquilon. The city was not simply a collection of ruins, it was a living entity, a complex ecosystem in which the remnants of a lost civilization were inextricably intertwined with the strange, bioluminescent life forms. And the Aquilonians were a part of this intricate web, living witnesses to a forgotten history, guardians of secrets best left undisturbed. The ascent continued, leaving the city behind, but not the chilling knowledge of its inhabitants. The thought of these pale, otherworldly beings, moving silently through the ruins of their submerged city, lingered in their minds. They were a constant reminder of the unsettling truth they had unearthed, a truth that extended beyond the technological marvels and the cosmic horror, reaching into the very heart of existence itself. Back on the surface, the team returned to a world that felt strangely alien after the strange otherworldliness of Aquilon. The sun seemed too bright, the air too thin, the human world too ordinary. They had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back, not with hostility, but with a silent, chilling understanding. They had seen a civilization that had pushed the boundaries of knowledge too far, a civilization that had paid the ultimate price. And they had encountered its successors, pale, luminous beings adapted to a world of perpetual twilight, beings who were both the inheritors and the prisoners of Aquilon's secrets. The scientists began to meticulously collate their findings. The images recorded by the submersible's cameras were astounding. The strange bioluminescent flora, the bizarre marine life, the towering ruins of Aquilon, and most strikingly, the images of the Aquilonians. The recordings became the subject of intense study and debate, sparking a whirlwind of speculation amongst the scientific community. However, there were aspects of their discovery that remained inexplicable. The energy readings from within the city continued to defy explanation. The crystalline structure, the spheres, the strange machinery, all remained enigmas. The team found themselves confronted with the limits of human knowledge, a humbling realization in the face of the unknown. The silence that enveloped their return journey was not just the absence of sound. It held a different kind of silence, the silent hum of an unseen power, a reverberation of cosmic horror, a silent testament to a civilization lost and the unsettling truth of Aquilon. The team had glimpsed the periphery of a greater reality, a reality that challenged the very foundation of their understanding of the universe. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as they pored over their findings. They published articles, gave lectures, their discoveries capturing the attention of the world. But the questions remained, the deepest mysteries of Aquilon stubbornly resisting any easy answers. The true nature of the city's energy, the function of the crystalline structure, and the origin of the Aquilonians, all remained shrouded in mystery. The experience had changed the team irrevocably. They had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had left its mark. The unsettling reality of Aquilon's hidden depths, its cryptic inhabitants, and the technological marvels of a vanished civilization continued to haunt their dreams, a persistent reminder of the vastness of the universe and the terrifying potential of the unknown. The silence of the ocean, once a symbol of tranquility, now held the whispers of a lost world, a chilling testament to a civilization undone, and a haunting reminder of the fragility of human existence in the face of cosmic horror. The story of Aquilon was far from over, it had only just begun. The subsequent weeks were a blur of analysis, a frantic dance between scientific rigor and the creeping unease that clung to them like sea mist. The submersible's recordings were painstakingly reviewed, frame by frame, each detail scrutinized, measured, and debated. The bioluminescent flora, initially dismissed as simply unusual deep-sea organisms, revealed itself to be far more complex. Its light patterns, initially perceived as random flickers, revealed a complex, almost language-like system of communication, a silent conversation between the plants themselves. The rhythmic pulsing of light seemed to correspond to the ebb and flow of the city's unseen energy fields, a symbiotic relationship between flora and a long-lost technology. Jian, the team's lead physicist, pored over the sonar data, attempting to decipher the baffling energy readings. The anomalies were consistent, yet inexplicable. The energy seemed to flow not just through the city's structures, but through the very water itself, creating a dynamic, ever-shifting network of power that defied known physics. The crystalline structure, the central focus of Aquilon's power source, remained the biggest enigma. Its complex geometry, the intricate arrangement of its crystalline facets, suggested a level of engineering far beyond human comprehension. Jian hypothesized that it acted as a focal point, a conduit for harnessing and manipulating the city's unique energy field, a power source that may have been harnessed from a previously unknown energy source, possibly one beyond human understanding. His colleagues argued that the readings were distorted, artifacts of the strange bioluminescence, but Jian remained convinced that he was observing something truly extraordinary, something that hinted at the potential existence of undiscovered physical laws. Lena, the team's expert in ancient civilizations, focused on deciphering the city's architecture. She meticulously mapped the ruins, painstakingly recreating the city's layout based on sonar images and the submersible's photographic evidence. The architecture was breathtaking in its complexity, a testament to a society that possessed a profound understanding of engineering and material science. The structures were seamlessly integrated into the environment, the city appearing to grow organically from the seabed, its buildings formed from materials that defied easy classification, seamlessly blending natural and artificial elements. Lena uncovered evidence of sophisticated water filtration systems, advanced ventilation techniques, and elaborate energy distribution networks. Their technology seemed to have reached a level of sophistication that surpassed even the most advanced human civilizations, blurring the line between nature and technology. The discovery of intricate carvings on some of the structures, resembling a combination of geometric patterns and biomorphic forms, suggested a complex belief system or philosophy, a deep understanding of the universe and their place within it. Eris, the expedition's historian, focused on understanding the Aquilonians. He studied their movements, their interactions with the environment, their seemingly intuitive connection to the city's energy. He hypothesized that they were not simply inhabitants of the city, but rather an integral part of its ecosystem, their very existence intertwined with the unique environment of the submerged city. Their translucent bodies, their ability to blend seamlessly with the bioluminescent flora, and their seemingly telepathic communication suggested a level of adaptation far beyond human capabilities. Eris theorized that the Aquilonians may have evolved alongside Aquilon, their bodies adapting to the city's unique energy fields, possibly even becoming integrated with the city's power source on a fundamental level. This idea was initially met with skepticism, but as the team delved deeper into their research, the evidence accumulated. Their strange adaptation suggested a relationship that transcended simple coexistence. It indicated a symbiotic link, a fusion of biology and technology that defied human understanding. Eva, the pragmatic leader of the expedition, oversaw the entire research process, her calm demeanor a reassuring anchor amidst the swirling vortex of speculation. Her analytical mind, combined with her ability to balance scientific curiosity with a healthy dose of caution, helped steer the team through the tumultuous waters of their discovery. It was Eva who pointed out the striking similarities between the Aquilonians' methods of energy collection and the energy patterns emitted by the bioluminescent flora. She suggested a possible explanation for the Aquilonians' pale, translucent skin. Perhaps it was a biological adaptation, a way to absorb and utilize the energy emitted by the plants. This theory aligned with Jen's data, which indicated that the Aquilonians interacted with the city's energy field in a unique and profound way. Eva proposed the hypothesis that the Aquilonians and the bioluminescent flora were inextricably linked, a symbiotic relationship that fueled the city's energy and the being's survival. The more they learned, the more questions arose. The city's history remained shrouded in mystery. Was it deliberately submerged, or did some cataclysmic event claim it? What caused the apparent technological singularity that had produced such advanced civilization, only to lead to its self-destruction? Were the Aquilonians the direct descendants of the original Aquilonian civilization, adapted and evolved to survive in their submerged world, or were they a separate, unforeseen development? The origin of the city's unique energy source remained a complete enigma. Was it natural, or was it something else, something beyond human comprehension? The team's findings sparked a firestorm of debate within the scientific community. Some hailed their work as a landmark discovery, a monumental breakthrough in the understanding of human evolution, deep-sea biology, and the limits of technological advancement. Others dismissed their findings as speculative, overblown interpretations of inconclusive evidence. Many argued that the energy readings were anomalies, distortions caused by the strange bioluminescence, while others proposed theories that bordered on the fantastical. Some suggested that Aquilon was the work of an ancient, extraterrestrial civilization, a colony abandoned long ago, and that the Aquilonians were remnants of this long-vanished race. Others suggested a more sinister possibility, that the city's technology was inherently unstable, its energy source corrupting and ultimately destroying the civilization that created it. As the scientific community debated, the team grappled with the ethical implications of their discovery. They had uncovered a world beyond human understanding, a world that challenged the very foundations of scientific knowledge. The question of intervention hung heavily in the air. Should they attempt to contact the Aquilonians further? Should they attempt to study the crystalline structure or try to harness the city's energy? The potential benefits of understanding Aquilin's secrets were substantial, offering the possibility of revolutionary advancements in energy production, medical science, and material science. But there were risks too, risks of unforeseen consequences, of tampering with forces that humanity was ill-prepared to comprehend. The potential for catastrophic consequences loomed large, the possibility that interfering with Aquilin's delicate balance could have disastrous outcomes, both for the Aquilonians and for the planet itself. In the end, they decided to proceed with caution. Their initial interaction with the Aquilonians, while brief, had revealed a civilization adapted to its environment, a society that seemed to exist in harmony with its unique power source. The risk of disrupting this balance seemed too great. For now, the focus remained on research, on careful study and observation. The secrets of Aquilon would have to yield their mysteries at their own pace. The submerged city remained a testament to the boundless expanse of the unknown, a reminder of the vastness of the cosmos and the chilling possibility of civilizations lost, and the enigmatic beings who survived their fall. The tale of Aquilon was far from over. It was a story that would continue to unfold, a story of mystery, wonder, and the enduring power of secrets best left undisturbed. The research vessel, Argonaut, sliced through the inky blackness of the ocean, leaving the shimmering bioluminescent city of Aquilon far behind. The ascent was slow, a deliberate retreat from a world that had challenged their understanding of reality. Inside, the team sat in a tense silence, the hum of the vessel's engines a stark contrast to the ethereal quiet they'd left behind. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, a palpable presence in the confined space. The silence was broken only by the occasional sigh, the clinking of equipment, and the rhythmic beeping of monitors. Eva, her face etched with fatigue but her eyes alight with a quiet intensity, stared out the porthole, the ocean's surface a distant, shimmering promise of the familiar. The images of Aquilon, the ghostly figures of the Aquilonians, the intricate crystalline structure pulsing with an unknown energy, the alien architecture intertwined with the seabed, flashed through her mind, a kaleidoscope of wonder and unease. The sheer scale of the discovery, the implications for science, philosophy, and the very nature of existence, overwhelmed her. She felt a profound sense of responsibility, a burden of knowledge that she would carry for the rest of her life. Jian, his usually boisterous demeanor subdued, ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. The data, the equations, the impossible physics of Aquilon haunted him. He'd spent his life chasing the edges of scientific understanding, seeking to unravel the mysteries of the universe, but Aquilon had revealed a reality far beyond his wildest imaginings. The city's energy source, its seemingly boundless power, its defiance of known physical laws, it was a riddle wrapped in an enigma, a challenge that would occupy his mind for years to come. He felt a profound sense of intellectual exhilaration mingled with a deep unease. The potential for human advancement was immense, but the risks were equally profound. Lena, ever the meticulous scholar, pored over her notes, meticulously documenting every detail of the city's architecture. She felt a deep connection to Aquilon, a sense of kinship with the lost civilization that had built it. The sophistication of their engineering, their seemingly seamless integration with their environment, their deep understanding of materials and energy, it was a testament to a civilization that had achieved a level of harmony with their world that humanity had only dreamed of. The intricate carvings, the cryptic symbols, the subtle artistry in every structure, they spoke of a culture that valued beauty and knowledge above all else. Yet, there was also a profound sadness, a sense of loss that permeated the very stones of the city. The city itself seemed to whisper a tale of lost grandeur, a testament to the fleeting nature of even the most advanced civilizations. Eris, usually so eloquent, found himself at a loss for words. The Aquilonians, their enigmatic existence, their almost symbiotic relationship with their city, their strange, translucent bodies, they challenged his understanding of life itself. He had spent his career studying ancient cultures, seeking to understand the human condition, but the Aquilonians had transcended his understanding. They were not simply a civilization, but a part of their ecosystem, a living testament to the wonders and terrors of natural evolution. Their capacity for adaptation, their ability to seamlessly blend with their environment, their seemingly telepathic communication, it was a reminder of the vast unknown that lay beyond human understanding. Their existence was a riddle, a testament to the boundless possibilities and the chilling unknown aspects of life on Earth. The journey back was a period of quiet reflection. The team, bound together by their shared experience, exchanged few words, each lost in their own thoughts, processing the enormity of their discovery. The silence was punctuated by the occasional murmur, a shared glance, a shared understanding of the weight of their secret. They were returning to a world that was utterly unprepared for what they had seen, a world that would never be quite the same again. The mystery of Aquilon, its secrets, its hidden truths, would forever be etched into their minds, a part of their identity, a shared burden, and a shared triumph. As the Argonaut finally broke the surface, the sun rising over the horizon, a wave of relief washed over them. They were back, but a part of them remained in the depths, in the eerie glow of the submerged city. They had faced the unknown, peered into the abyss, and returned with a treasure of knowledge and a burden of responsibility. The world above was unaware of their discovery, oblivious to the secrets that lay buried beneath the waves. But for the team, Aquilon would never be forgotten. Its mysterious legacy would shape their lives, their work, their very being, forever. The silence that had enveloped them during the ascent now felt different, laden with the unspoken knowledge of a shared secret, a silent pact to protect the mysteries of Aquilon from a world not ready to receive its truth. Their initial reports were carefully worded, a cautious introduction to the scientific community. They spoke of an unusual geological formation, of unique deep-sea bioluminescence, of intriguing energy anomalies. They carefully omitted the details of the Aquilonians, of the city's advanced technology, of the city's inexplicable energy source. They knew that the full truth would be too much, too soon. It would trigger a wave of speculation, of fear, of perhaps even attempts at exploitation. They needed time to process their findings, to understand the implications, and to devise a strategy for sharing their knowledge responsibly. The initial reaction from the scientific community was mixed. Some were skeptical, dismissing their findings as overly enthusiastic interpretations of inconclusive evidence. Others were intrigued, their curiosity piqued by the hints of something extraordinary lurking beneath the surface of their carefully worded reports. The debate was intense, fueled by the tantalizing glimpse into a world beyond human comprehension. Some suggested the involvement of extraterrestrial civilizations, others proposed new, previously unknown physical laws. The very existence of Aquilon challenged established scientific paradigms, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. But the team remained tight-lipped, their silence a protective shield around the secrets of the submerged city. The following months were spent in intense analysis and painstaking research. The data collected from Aquilon was a treasure trove of information, a labyrinth of complexities that demanded rigorous scrutiny. The team worked tirelessly, their combined expertise a force to be reckoned with. They shared their findings cautiously, piece by piece, carefully shaping the narrative, controlling the flow of information. They knew that the full disclosure of their discovery would be a monumental task, requiring a delicate balance between the dissemination of knowledge and the preservation of the Aquilonians' world. Their silence, once a consequence of cautious consideration, had become a strategic necessity. As the years passed, the story of Aquilon began to shift from a scientific mystery into something more profound. The city was no longer just a forgotten civilization. It was a symbol of the vastness of the unknown, a reminder of the limits of human understanding. and a testament to the potential for civilizations to rise and fall, leaving behind only echoes of their existence, submerged beneath the ocean's endless expanse. The team, now bound by a shared secret that far transcended their initial scientific goals, became the guardians of Aquilin's legacy, its protectors against a world not yet ready for its truths. The echoes of their discovery remained, a subtle but persistent reminder of the boundless mysteries that lie beneath the surface, both literally and metaphorically. The team carried the weight of their discovery, a shared secret that would forever shape their lives and their understanding of the universe and humans' place within it. Story 2: The Obsidian Mines of Raven's Peak. The air hung heavy and cold, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid, metallic, almost ozone-like. Headlamps cut feeble swaths through the oppressive darkness of the Raven's Peak obsidian mines, illuminating the rough-hewn walls slick with moisture. Each swing of the pickaxe echoed unnervingly in the claustrophobic tunnels, the sound swallowed by the vast, echoing silence that seemed to press in from all sides. This was no ordinary mine. The very air vibrated with an unsettling energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that clung to the miners like a shroud. 4 men made up the crew: Silas, the grizzled veteran, his face a roadmap of years spent toiling in the earth; Jebediah, the young, eager apprentice, his nervousness barely concealed beneath his gruff exterior; Old Man Fitzwilliam, his age a mystery shrouded in silence and rumor, possessing a peculiar knowledge of the mine's darker secrets; and lastly, there was Thomas, the quiet one, whose past was as shrouded in mystery as Fitzwilliam's. They were a mismatched group, bound together by the lure of the obsidian, a stone said to possess strange properties, a stone that whispered promises of untold wealth and power. As they delved deeper, the temperature dropped, a chilling contrast to the already frigid air. The silence intensified, broken only by the rhythmic clang of steel against rock, a relentless percussion against the backdrop of a growing unease. The obsidian itself seemed to shift and writhe in their lamplight, its surface rippling with an unnatural sheen, as if alive beneath their tools. Strange symbols, unlike any known language, began to appear etched into the rock face, growing more frequent, more complex, the deeper they ventured. Jebediah, his youthful bravado beginning to falter, muttered about bad omens, about stories passed down through generations of miners, cautionary tales of the dark heart of Raven's Peak. Silas, hardened by years of experience, scoffed at his apprentice's superstitions, but even he felt a prickle of unease. There was something fundamentally wrong about this mine, an unsettling aura that went beyond the ordinary dangers of subterranean work. Fitzwilliam, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light in the darkness, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the walls of the tunnel as if reading something unseen to the others. Occasionally, he'd murmur a word or two, an ancient dialect that sounded like the grinding of stones or the whisper of the wind, a language that hinted at forgotten rituals and buried histories. His silence was more unnerving than any outburst. It was a silent acknowledgement of the mine's malevolent nature, a tacit acceptance of its power. Then came the tremors. At first, faint vibrations, barely perceptible, but soon escalating into a terrifying shaking that threatened to bring the entire mine crashing down around them. Dust rained from the ceiling, obscuring their vision, their headlamps bouncing wildly. The air filled with a cacophony of sound, the groaning of the earth, the cracking of rock, the panicked shouts of the men. In the chaos, Jebediah tripped, falling heavily. His lamp rolled away, plunging him into an absolute darkness, his screams swallowed by the overwhelming. Then Silas rushed to his aid, his heart pounding in his chest. But as he reached for Jebediah, a strange, pulsating light emanated from the earth, illuminating the walls with an unearthly glow. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath them seemed to undulate like a restless sea. The symbols on the wall began to glow, their arcane script pulsing with the same ethereal light. They shimmered and shifted, forming new patterns, new sentences, a language that seemed to writhe and change before their eyes. The symbol spoke of an ancient evil, a cosmic horror that resided in the heart of the mountain, a being that fed on fear and despair. Fitzwilliam, his eyes wide with a dreadful understanding, whispered the translation, a chilling prophecy of doom and destruction. The tremors intensified, the earth groaning under an unimaginable strain. A fissure opened in the wall, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to stretch into an infinite abyss, an opening that hinted at a dimension beyond human comprehension. A chilling wind blew from the abyss, carrying with it the scent of decay and the whisper of madness. Thomas, until now silent and withdrawn, stepped forward. He looked into the abyss, his eyes widening with a horrifying realization. His voice, when he spoke, was not his own, it was deep, resonant, otherworldly. He spoke of the obsidian, not as a mere stone, but as a conduit, a gateway to a realm of unimaginable horrors. He spoke of entities beyond human understanding, of beings that existed outside the bounds of time and space. Silas, armed with his pickaxe, attempted to strike Thomas, to break the spell that had overtaken him. But his blow passed harmlessly through the possessed miner, as if Thomas was no longer a man of flesh and blood, but a vessel, a conduit for something far older, far more sinister. The chasm widened, the pulsating light intensified, the ancient evil stirring in its slumber. The miners, trapped between the collapsing mine and the gaping maw of the abyss, faced the reality of their choices. They had sought wealth and power, they had found something far more terrifying, something that would forever change their understanding of the world and their place within it. They had awoken something that should have remained buried in the dark heart of Raven's Peak, something that now threatened to consume them all. The ground buckled beneath their feet, sending them sprawling into the darkness. The tremors grew more violent, shaking the very fabric of the mine. Screams were lost in the roaring sound of the collapsing earth. In the final moments, before the darkness swallowed them whole, they glimpsed a vast, unknowable expanse within the chasm, a landscape of unimaginable horrors stretching to infinity, a place that defied all understanding, all logic, all hope. The obsidian mines of Raven's Peak had claimed them, their descent into darkness complete, their souls swallowed by the ancient evil they had awakened. The mountain, once a source of potential wealth, had become their tomb, a testament to the terrible consequences of human greed and the terrifying power of the unknown. The legend of Raven's Peak, once a whisper in the folklore of the region, became a chilling reality, a cautionary tale of the darkest depths and the price of daring to delve too deep into the heart of the unseen. The only evidence left behind was the unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind carrying the scent of something ancient and malevolent, a lingering reminder of the horrors hidden beneath the earth. And somewhere, deep within the earth, the ancient evil continued its slumber, waiting for the next unsuspecting souls to stumble upon its dreadful domain. The obsidian, once sought for its beauty, now remained a chilling symbol of the unseen, a testament to the darkness that lies hidden beneath the surface of our world. The deeper they descended, the more the obsidian itself seemed to change. It wasn't merely the increasingly frequent and complex symbols etched into its surface, though those were unsettling enough, resembling nothing Silas, Jebediah, or even the enigmatic Fitzwilliam had ever encountered. No, the stone itself seemed to shift in texture, the glassy smoothness giving way to rough, almost organic formations. In places, it pulsed with a faint inner light, a luminescence that cast eerie shadows that danced and writhed like living things. The air grew colder, the metallic tang intensifying, mingling with a new scent, something ancient, earthy, and overwhelmingly wrong. Jebediah, his face pale and drawn, stumbled, his pickaxe clattering to the floor. I don't like this, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The young apprentice's fear was palpable, a tangible thing in the oppressive silence of the mine. Silas, despite his outward bravado, felt a prickle of unease run down his spine. Even he, with his decades of experience in the harsh realities of mining, couldn't shake the feeling that they were trespassing on something profoundly unnatural. Fitzwilliam, however, seemed unperturbed. He moved with an unsettling grace, his aged body seemingly defying the limitations of his years. His eyes, gleaming with an unnerving intensity, scanned the walls, his lips moving silently as if reciting an ancient incantation. He reached out a gnarled hand, tracing the strange symbols with a reverence that bordered on worship. These are not of this world, he finally rasped, his voice a low growl that resonated strangely in the vast emptiness of the mine. This obsidian, it's not just a stone. It's a conduit. A gateway. His words hung in the air, heavy with an unspoken dread. Thomas, usually the quietest of the group, remained motionless, his gaze fixed on a particularly large formation of obsidian. It was unlike anything they had encountered before, a towering spire of the black glass, its surface swirling with impossible geometries, the inner light pulsing with an almost hypnotic rhythm. As they approached the spire, the air vibrated with a growing intensity. The ground beneath their feet hummed with an energy that was both thrilling and terrifying. The strange symbols on the walls began to glow more brightly, their light flickering and shifting, as if communicating with the spire itself. The tremors, which had been intermittent, became more frequent and more violent. The entire mine seemed to groan under an unimaginable strain. Silas felt a cold dread grip his heart. He knew, instinctively, that they had stumbled upon something far beyond their understanding, something that threatened to consume them all. He raised his pickaxe, ready to defend himself, but against what, he couldn't say. The spire pulsed, emitting a wave of energy that knocked the miners off their feet. They scrambled to their feet, their senses overwhelmed by the intensity of the energy, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. Then, a sound ripped through the mine, a low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. The obsidian spire split open, revealing a dark, gaping maw that seemed to swallow the light, a chasm that stretched into an infinite abyss. A wind, cold and ancient, blew from the chasm, carrying with it the scent of decay and the whisper of madness. The air crackled with an unearthly energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges. Jebediah screamed, his voice lost in the growing din. He turned and tried to flee, but he was trapped, caught in a vortex of swirling energy and collapsing rock. Silas watched helplessly as his apprentice was swallowed by the darkness, his screams cut short by the roaring sound of the collapsing mine. Fitzwilliam, his face illuminated by the eerie glow from the chasm, looked serene, almost expectant. He reached out a hand, as if welcoming the unknown that poured from the abyss. His last words, a whispered incantation in that ancient, guttural tongue, were lost in the chaos. Thomas, standing before the chasm, was no longer the quiet, reserved miner they had known. His eyes were empty, his body rigid. He spoke, but the voice wasn't his own. It was a deep, resonant tone that echoed the moan of the earth itself. The obsidian, it called us, the voice boomed. It promised power, knowledge, beyond human comprehension. But it was a lie. We are merely vessels, sacrifices. The voice trailed off as the ground beneath Silas gave way. He fell, tumbling into the darkness, his pickaxe slipping from his grasp. As he fell, he saw the chasm widen, revealing a vista of unimaginable horror, a landscape of twisted rock formations, pulsating orbs of light, and amorphous shapes that defied description. The air was filled with a cacophony of unearthly sounds, a symphony of madness and despair. The mine was collapsing around him, the earth groaning under the weight of some unseen force. He felt a presence, cold and ancient, pressing down on him, crushing him with its immeasurable weight. His screams were swallowed by the din of the collapsing earth, the darkness consuming him entirely. The last thing he saw, before the darkness claimed him, was a single, immense eye opening in the abyss, staring directly at him, an eye that pulsed with malevolent light. It was an eye that held the cold, empty void of eternity. The obsidian minds of Raven's Peak had claimed him, body and soul, leaving behind only the silence and the chilling whisper of the wind. The ancient evil, awakened from its long slumber, had found new vessels, new sacrifices. The mountain, once a source of wealth and potential, was now a tomb, a gateway to a realm beyond human comprehension. The horrors of Raven's Peak were far more profound and terrifying than any mere legend could ever convey. They stretched into an infinity of nightmare. The obsidian, beautiful and deadly, remained as a stark reminder of the price of probing into the abyss, a monument to human folly and the immeasurable power of the cosmic unknown. The mountain now held a darkness that was far greater than its own shadows. The darkness that would forever remain there, waiting. The descent continued, the air growing heavy with a palpable sense of dread. The obsidian walls seemed to press in, closing around them, their glassy surfaces reflecting distorted images of their own fear-stricken faces. The flickering light from their lamps cast grotesque shadows that danced and writhed, mimicking the movements of unseen things. The whispers started subtly, faint murmurs at the edge of hearing, but they grew steadily louder, weaving insidious suggestions into their minds. Silas, despite his years of experience in the dark and unforgiving depths of mines, felt a growing unease. The whispers spoke of power, of unimaginable knowledge, promises of untold riches interwoven with threats of unspeakable horrors. They played on his deepest desires, his insecurities, his fears. He felt the obsidian's pull, a subtle but insistent tug at his consciousness, trying to unravel his sanity. Jebediah, always the most superstitious of the group, was the first to succumb. His eyes widened, reflecting the unsettling glow of the obsidian walls. He began muttering incoherently, his words a bizarre mixture of prayers and curses. He claimed to see things moving in the shadows, grotesque shapes that slithered and writhed, their forms shifting and changing like reflections in a disturbed pool of water. His breathing grew ragged, punctuated by strangled gasps as if he was fighting against an unseen force. His pickaxe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp clang that echoed through the unnerving silence of the mine. Thomas, previously the quietest and most observant, now stood motionless, his eyes glazed over, his body rigid. He stared blankly at the obsidian walls, seemingly oblivious to the growing chaos around him. His face was devoid of expression, yet his lips moved silently, as if he were reciting an ancient incantation. He sometimes let out a guttural moan in sync with the pulsing of the deeper veins of obsidian. The others tried to reach him, to bring him back, but he seemed lost to them, caught in a silent, horrifying trance. Fitzwilliam, however, appeared unaffected, or perhaps his decades of study had prepared him for the onslaught. His eyes, gleaming with an uncanny light, scanned the walls, his lips moving silently as he traced the alien symbols with his calloused fingers. He seemed less affected by the whispers, or rather, he seemed to engage with them, understanding their meaning in a way the others couldn't comprehend. There was a disturbing calm about him, a quiet acceptance of the creeping madness. The whispers intensified, turning into a cacophony of voices, a chorus of madness that assaulted their minds, each voice vying for dominance, twisting their thoughts and memories, planting seeds of paranoia and fear. Silas found himself questioning his own sanity, wondering if he was truly alone in the mine, or if the creeping shadows and whispers were merely manifestations of his own deteriorating mental state. The obsidian itself seemed to pulse with a growing intensity. Its surfaces shimmered with an uncanny light, the symbols etched into its depths glowing with an unearthly luminescence. The air grew heavy, thick with a sense of impending doom, as if the very fabric of reality were unraveling around them. The temperature fluctuated wildly, swinging between intense cold and suffocating heat. Silas felt the first physical effects. A burning sensation spread through his limbs, a searing pain that intensified with each passing moment. His muscles spasmed, and he stumbled, his body betraying him. He felt a growing disconnect between his mind and his body, as if his consciousness were being pulled away from his physical form. He looked down at his hands, surprised to see that the skin was turning a dark, obsidian black, mirroring the very stone that was slowly consuming him. Jebediah's condition worsened. His screams turned into chilling howls, his words unintelligible gibberish, filled with blasphemous invocations and incoherent pleas. He ripped at his clothes, tearing at his flesh with a manic energy. His eyes were wild and bloodshot, bulging from their sockets. His body writhed and contorted as if possessed by some unseen entity, his limbs twisting and bending in unnatural angles. The hallucinations grew more vivid, more terrifying. Silas saw things slithering in the shadows, things that defied description, their forms shifting and changing in his mind's eye. They seemed to emanate from the obsidian itself, as if the stone were birthing nightmares into existence. He could feel them reaching out to him, trying to penetrate his mind and drag him into their shadowy realm. He fought against them, clinging to the vestiges of his sanity, but the assault was relentless, chipping away at his will. The tremors intensified, the mind groaning and shaking as if it were about to collapse upon them. Rocks fell from the ceiling, the sound amplifying their growing sense of despair. The obsidian itself seemed to be splitting, revealing glimpses of an unimaginable horror within its depths, a darkness that promised oblivion. Fitzwilliam, with unnerving calm, began to chant in a guttural tongue, his words a mesmerizing incantation that seemed to be pulling the others even deeper into the madness. He held his hands towards the fissures in the obsidian, his eyes burning with an uncanny light, and a pulsing glow emanated from his body, mirroring the light from the depths of the obsidian. He began to look like the stone itself, blackening and changing shape until he was nothing more than a twisted, moving representation of the mind's evil. The miners, caught in the throes of madness and physical torment, felt their individual selves dissolving, their fears and desires merging into a single, chaotic entity. They were becoming one with the obsidian, merging with its malevolent essence. The line between them and the stone blurred, their identities fracturing into fragments of paranoia and hallucination. The final moments were lost in a maelstrom of screams, tremors, and the crushing weight of the collapsing mind. The obsidian had claimed its victims, merging them with its dark essence, forever binding their fate to its malevolent existence. The minds of Raven's Peak had become a tomb, a monument to their folly, a gateway to a horror beyond human understanding. The obsidian's influence, a subtle whisper at first, had transformed them into broken vessels, its silent power forever imprinted upon their tormented souls. The mountains themselves seemed to breathe with a dark, malevolent life, their secrets buried deep within the fractured obsidian, a testament to the power of the cosmic horror that slumbered beneath the surface, waiting to consume all that dared to disturb its ancient sleep. The obsidian's influence remained, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power of places that defy the laws of nature, places where the line between reality and nightmare vanishes completely. The air grew colder, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat that had preceded it. A wind, unnatural and chilling, whispered through the fractured tunnels, carrying with it the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and indescribably alien. The obsidian walls pulsed with a renewed intensity, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal light that seemed to emanate from within, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and contorted like living things. Silas, his body ravaged by the obsidian's touch, felt a strange clarity amidst the chaos. The burning sensation had subsided, replaced by a numbing coldness that spread through his limbs, stealing his strength, yet sharpening his senses. He could hear the whispers now, not as a cacophony of voices, but as a single, unified entity, a chorus of cosmic dread speaking directly to his mind. It spoke of eons of slumber, of power beyond human comprehension, of a reality far removed from the world he knew. The whispers revealed the truth behind Raven's Peak, the reason for its isolation, its unsettling stillness. The obsidian wasn't just a rock, it was a conduit, a gateway to a realm of unimaginable horror, a place where the laws of physics and reality bent to the will of an ancient, unknowable entity. The mines weren't merely excavations, they were an invasion, a trespass upon a sacred, forbidden place. Jebediah, still writhing in his madness, suddenly stilled. His contorted body straightened, his eyes, now completely black, focused on a point in the obsidian wall. A crack, wider than the others, appeared, glowing with an incandescent light. From within, a shape began to emerge, a pulsating, amorphous mass of darkness, its surface shifting and changing, defying any attempt at description. It seemed to feed on the fear, the pain, the very essence of the trapped miners. Thomas, his vacant stare fixed on the emerging entity, began to speak, his voice a low, guttural drone, resonating with the vibrations of the obsidian. His words were not of this world, a language older than humanity itself, each syllable a chilling echo of ancient power. He was no longer Thomas, but a vessel, a conduit for the otherworldly presence that now commanded his body. Fitzwilliam, his transformation complete, stood before the emerging entity, a grotesque parody of his former self. He seemed to embrace the transformation, his black, obsidian skin shimmering with the same unearthly light as the creature. He raised his hands, and the glow intensified, forming a bridge of light between himself and the entity. The creature responded with a pulse of light, a wave of energy that washed over Silas, causing him to feel a strange connection, a terrifying empathy with the being. He saw things then, visions flooding his mind, eons of cosmic horror, the birth and death of stars, the slow, inevitable decay of universes. He saw the entity, not as a monster, but as a force of nature, ancient and indifferent, its actions not malicious, but simply a consequence of its existence. He saw the miners as mere disturbances, insects disturbing the ancient sleep. The creature, in its alien consciousness, seemed to communicate not through language, but through sensation, conveying a history as old as time itself, a cosmic drama played out over an unimaginable timescale. It was a tale of creation and destruction, of birth and decay, of power and insignificance, all woven together into a terrifying tapestry that dwarfed humanity's limited understanding of the universe. The creature's essence was not malevolent in the human sense, it was simply beyond comprehension, an indifferent force operating on scales far exceeding anything human minds could grasp. Its presence in the mine wasn't an act of aggression but a consequence of the miner's intrusion, an unavoidable reaction to the disruption of its ancient slumber. Silas understood then. The whispers, the visions, the transformations, all were parts of a single, terrifying truth. Raven's Peak wasn't just a town with a dark secret, it was a nexus, a point of contact between dimensions, a place where the thin veil between worlds had thinned to the point of transparency. The obsidian mines were not merely mines, they were a conduit, a gateway to the vast, uncaring cosmos beyond human comprehension. The entity extended a tendril of darkness, a sinuous reach towards Silas. Silas didn't resist. He understood the futility of struggle against forces beyond human control. He embraced the darkness, the oblivion, the merging with the infinite. The other miners, their bodies now utterly transformed, became part of the emerging entity, their screams dying away into the echo of the ancient incantations that Thomas continued to utter. The mine groaned and shuddered, its very structure seeming to dissolve into the cosmic horror that now filled it. The world they knew crumbled around them, replaced by a reality beyond human comprehension, a reality of unfathomable vastness and cosmic indifference. The obsidian walls melted away, revealing not empty space, but a breathtaking vista of infinite nebulae, swirling galaxies, and constellations beyond counting. The stars themselves seemed to whisper secrets of forgotten ages, of universes born and destroyed in the blink of an eye, their cosmic dance a testament to the indifferent power of the vast cosmos. There was a beauty in it, a horrifying, sublime beauty that transcended human comprehension. Raven's Peak, the obsidian mines, the miners, all were insignificant specks in the vastness of creation, swallowed by an alien power that existed beyond human understanding. A power that cared nothing for humanity's fears or hopes, its existence an endless, indifferent dance of cosmic creation and annihilation. The only trace left behind was the echoing silence of the mountain, the empty chasm where once a mine stood, and a chilling whisper on the wind, a reminder of the terrifying power of the unknown, and the insignificance of humanity in the face of cosmic horror. The secret of Raven's Peak was not a buried treasure, but the chilling awareness of humanity's place in the indifferent vastness of the universe, a truth both awe-inspiring and terrifying in its implications. The obsidian, now scattered like cosmic dust, held the memory of a forgotten reality, a silent testament to the power that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world, forever beyond the grasp of human comprehension. The universe continued its indifferent dance, unaware and uncaring of the small town swallowed by the infinite. The tendril of darkness, impossibly thin yet somehow encompassing all of existence, brushed against Silas's cheek. It was not a touch of physical contact, but a sensation far more profound, a perception of infinite time and space, of the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, all compressed into a single, overwhelming moment. It was terrifying, yet strangely beautiful. The cosmic horror was not a malevolent force, but a blind, indifferent power, as vast and uncaring as the universe itself. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the sensation ceased. The tendril retreated, leaving Silas gasping for breath, his mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of what he had experienced. He looked around, expecting to see the horrifying transformation of his companions complete, expecting to be engulfed by the entity. Instead, he found himself standing in the mine, the obsidian wall shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. The air, heavy with the scent of ozone and something ancient, felt strangely still. Jebediah, Fitzwilliam, and Thomas were gone. Not merely dead, but absent. As if they had never been there at all. The only evidence of their existence was the lingering smell of burnt flesh and the faint echo of Thomas's otherworldly incantations. Silas felt a profound sense of loss, but also a chilling relief. He had glimpsed the abyss, and it had spared him. For now. A sliver of light pierced the darkness ahead, revealing a tunnel, a pathway leading upward, towards the surface. Hope, fragile and tentative, flickered within him. He stumbled towards the light, his body still weak, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of what had happened. The escape seemed unreal, a dream within a nightmare, a fleeting moment of respite before the inevitable return to the horrifying truth. As he climbed, he heard a faint rumbling, a sound like the shifting of tectonic plates, a tremor in the earth itself. The obsidian walls seemed to breathe, their surface pulsing with a faint, internal light. He pressed onward, pushing through the debris, his hands raw and bleeding. The air grew thinner, the smell of ozone fading, replaced by the scent of damp earth and pine. Finally, he emerged from the mines, blinking in the weak sunlight. He was on the side of Raven's Peak, far from the entrance he'd entered. The mountain loomed above him, its silhouette against the pale sky a monument to the horror he'd endured. He was alive, yet irrevocably changed. His perception of reality was shattered, his understanding of the universe profoundly altered. He had looked into the heart of cosmic horror, and it had left its mark. The town of Raven's Peak was gone. Vanished. There was no sign of the buildings, no evidence of human habitation. Only the silent, desolate mountain remained, a testament to the unsettling power that had consumed the town and its inhabitants. The experience had left him with a profound sense of dread, a chilling awareness of humanity's insignificance in the face of the vast, uncaring cosmos. Silas stumbled away from the mountain, down the winding path, his mind a whirl of disjointed thoughts and fragmented memories. He knew he couldn't stay there, couldn't remain in the shadow of Raven's Peak. The mountain had taken his friends, and it had tried to take him, too. He had escaped with his life, but he would carry the burden of his experience for the rest of his days. The journey down the mountain was arduous, every step a reminder of the horrors he'd faced. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant cry of a hawk. He found himself thinking of Jebediah, Fitzwilliam, and Thomas, their faces, twisted by madness and transformation, burned into his memory. They were gone, lost to the cosmic horror that dwelled within the obsidian mines. He wondered if they were truly gone, or merely transformed into something beyond human comprehension. Reaching the outskirts of the valley, he saw a flicker of movement, a car, abandoned on the road, its doors flung open. As he approached, he noticed something else, a trail of footprints, leading away from the vehicle, into the dense forest. The tracks weren't human, not quite. They were too large, too distorted. The implications chilled him to the bone. Had he truly escaped, or had he simply been left behind, a stray thread in the cosmic tapestry woven by the ancient entity? Silas knew that he couldn't stay there, not in the shadow of the mountain, not in the eerie quietude of the valley where a town once existed. He had to leave. He had to find somewhere safe, somewhere where the whispers of the cosmos couldn't reach him, where the memory of the obsidian mines would fade, or at least, become a little less haunting. He had escaped the physical horrors of Raven's Peak, but the psychological torment had just begun. As he reached for the car door, he paused, noticing a small, obsidian shard caught in the fabric of the seat. It shimmered faintly in the fading light, pulsing with a faint, internal light. He cautiously picked it up, feeling a familiar chill in his hand. The obsidian shard felt familiar. It pulsed with a low hum. A whisper, almost imperceptible, reached his mind. It was a fragment of the entity's consciousness, a piece of the cosmic horror, still clinging to this physical world. He dropped the shard as if it were a viper, the icy grip of fear tightening its icy coils around his heart once more. The escape, the relief he'd felt, was now replaced by an even deeper fear, a chilling recognition of the fact that even in his supposed freedom, he was not truly free. The horrors of Raven's Peak would continue to haunt him. The memories of the mines, of the terrifying transformation of his friends, the chilling indifference of the cosmic entity, these would be indelible marks on his soul. He had escaped the mines, but the obsidian, the essence of the entity, remained within him, a subtle yet relentless reminder of the vast, uncaring universe that lay beyond his understanding. He would carry the memory of the cosmic horror with him always. It had become a part of him, an unseen companion on his journey back into a world that seemed both familiar and profoundly alien. His narrow escape from Raven's Peak was, he realized with a sickening lurch, only the beginning of a far more terrifying ordeal. The universe, in its boundless indifference, had marked him as its own. Story 3, The Crimson Forest of Whispering Pines. The forest floor, a carpet of crimson needles underfoot, muffled their steps, yet amplified the unsettling sounds that emanated from the depths of the whispering pines. It wasn't the usual symphony of the woods, the cheerful chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the gentle murmur of a stream. Instead, it was a chorus of whispers, low and sibilant, like the secrets of the earth being exhaled on a windless day. Each whisper felt personal, directed at them, a chilling premonition of what lay ahead. Silas, still shaken from his ordeal at Raven's Peak, found his hand instinctively reaching for the worn leather of his satchel. The obsidian shard, a grim reminder of his brush with cosmic horror, was safely tucked away, but its presence sent a shiver down his spine. He glanced at his companions, two seasoned hikers named Elara and Finn, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. Elara, a woman of practical resilience, adjusted her pack, her gaze sharp and assessing. "This place, it feels wrong," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the unsettling whispers. "It's like the trees themselves are watching us." Finn, a younger man with an adventurous spirit that bordered on reckless, chuckled nervously. "Overly dramatic, Elara. It's just the wind playing tricks on our ears." But even as he spoke, a doubt flickered in his eyes, a reflection of the unease that had settled over them all. They pressed deeper into the forest, the oppressive silence between the whispers growing increasingly unnerving. The trees, tall and slender, were twisted into unnatural shapes, their branches gnarled and reaching like skeletal fingers. The crimson needles beneath their feet crunched with an unnerving crispness, each step echoing with a disturbing resonance. The sunlight, filtered through the dense canopy, cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and contort, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous parodies. The whispers intensified, becoming more distinct, forming fragmented words and phrases that were barely comprehensible. Silas strained to make sense of them, catching glimpses of sentences that seemed to speak of forgotten gods, of ancient pacts, and of terrible rituals performed under the blood-red moon. He felt a creeping sensation that this wasn't merely a forest, but a sentient entity, its consciousness bleeding into their minds through the unsettling symphony of whispers. They came across a clearing, a bizarre oasis in the crimson gloom. In the center stood a circle of stones, moss-covered and ancient, radiating a palpable sense of age and decay. Runes, unlike any language they recognized, were etched into the surface of the stones, pulsating with a faint, internal light that shimmered like trapped starlight. The whispers intensified here, converging on the clearing, weaving a tapestry of voices that spoke of sacrifice and rebirth, of a cycle of death and renewal that transcended human comprehension. A chilling realization washed over Silas. This wasn't just a forest, it was a nexus, a point of convergence between the mundane world and something far older, far more sinister. The whispers weren't merely sounds, they were a form of communication, a call, a warning, perhaps even an invitation. As they cautiously approached the stone circle, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The trees around them seemed to lean in, their branches swaying as if beckoned by an unseen force. A low guttural moan echoed through the forest, a sound that resonated deep within their bones, shaking them to their core. The air grew heavy, charged with an unnatural energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and shift around them. Elara gripped Silas's arm, her eyes wide with terror. "We need to leave," she hissed, her voice barely a whisper. But it was too late. The ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to swallow the clearing whole. A wave of intense heat washed over them, accompanied by a stench of sulfur and something ancient, something indescribably foul. From the depths of the chasm, a spectral form began to rise, its features obscured by shadows, yet radiating an aura of immense power and malevolence. The whispers coalesced into a single, deafening roar that shattered the fragile silence of the forest, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of their minds. The spectral form reached out, its shadowy hand stretching towards them, its touch promising oblivion. Silas, Elara, and Finn were trapped, facing a cosmic horror far more terrifying than the obsidian minds of Raven's Peak. Their journey into the crimson forest of whispering pines had led them to the very heart of darkness, a place beyond human comprehension, a realm where the whispers of the ancient gods held sway. The earth shuddered violently, throwing them off balance. The spectral figure loomed closer, its presence radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Its form shifted and changed, its features constantly fluctuating, as if it were unable to maintain a single, coherent appearance. One moment it was a towering figure shrouded in darkness, the next a grotesque parody of humanity, its limbs twisted and elongated, its skin a sickly shade of green. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices, all seemingly speaking at once, yet somehow forming a coherent narrative of ages-old rituals and forgotten gods. Silas felt his mind reeling, the boundaries of reality blurring as the cosmic horror overwhelmed his senses. He grasped Alara's hand, his fingers tightening around hers, a desperate attempt to maintain a connection to the world he knew. Finn, however, seemed to be succumbing to the entity's power. His eyes glazed over, his body contorting into unnatural positions. He let out a guttural scream, a sound that echoed the entity's own monstrous voice. The entity reached out, its shadowy fingers wrapping around Finn, its touch drawing the life from him. Alara and Silas watched in horror as Finn's form contorted, his flesh melting and reforming, until he was no longer recognizable as human. He became one with the entity, absorbed into the cosmic horror, his essence consumed by the ancient darkness. The realization that they might suffer the same fate sent a wave of icy fear through them. The earth continued to tremble, the trees swaying wildly, their branches thrashing like tormented arms. The chasm deepened, its darkness swallowing everything in its path. The entity loomed closer, its shadowy form filling their vision, its presence suffocating them with an aura of terrifying power. Silas knew that they couldn't fight this entity directly. Its power was too vast, its influence too pervasive. They had to escape, to find a way out of this nightmare before it was too late. But escape seemed impossible. They were trapped in the heart of the crimson forest of whispering pines, surrounded by a cosmic horror that defied comprehension. Their only hope lay in their wits, and their ability to find a weakness in the entity's power, a vulnerability that could allow them to slip through the cracks of this terrifying reality. The whispers, however, continued, relentless, weaving a tapestry of fear and despair, pushing them closer and closer to the edge of oblivion. The fight for survival was on, and the odds were stacked against them. The forest itself was their enemy, a cosmic horror waiting to consume them. Only time would tell if they could escape the crimson forest's deadly embrace. The crimson needles crunched under their boots, a disturbing counterpoint to the unnatural silence that had fallen over the forest. The whispers, once a constant, unsettling hum, had retreated, replaced by a heavy, suffocating stillness that pressed down on them like a physical weight. This silence, however, was far more terrifying than the whispers. It was the silence before the storm, a pregnant pause before the unleashing of something ancient and malevolent. Ahead, the trees parted slightly, revealing a clearing bathed in an ethereal, unnatural light. The light wasn't the warm glow of the sun filtering through leaves. It was a cold, phosphorescent luminescence emanating from the very heart of the forest. The air itself seemed to shimmer, distorted by an unseen force, making the trees at the edge of the clearing appear to ripple and writhe like they were made of water. Cautiously, they approached the clearing. The ground here was different, the crimson needles replaced by a carpet of an unfamiliar, luminescent moss. The moss pulsed faintly with the same cold light that illuminated the clearing, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves before their eyes. It was unsettling, mesmerizing, and terrifying all at once. In the center of the clearing stood a single tree, unlike any they had seen before. Its bark was a smooth, obsidian black, polished to a mirror-like sheen, and its branches twisted into impossibly complex shapes, resembling the gnarled limbs of some ancient, mythical creature. The leaves were not leaves at all, but clusters of strange, bioluminescent fungi, each pulsing with the same cold light as the moss. They hung in heavy clusters, dripping with a viscous, iridescent fluid that glimmered in the unnatural light. As they drew closer, they noticed something else. The air itself seemed to vibrate, as if something powerful was humming just beneath the surface of reality. The silence was broken only by a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to emanate from the tree, a sound that resonated deep within their bones. It was a sound of immense power, a sound that spoke of ages-old magic and forgotten rituals. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The fungi on the tree pulsed faster, their light intensifying, bathing the clearing in a blinding, phosphorescent glow. The moss beneath their feet writhed and pulsed, its surface becoming uneven, as if something vast and powerful were stirring beneath the surface. A guttural groan, deep and resonant, echoed through the forest. It was a sound of immense pain and rage, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. The trees around the clearing swayed violently, their branches scraping against each other with a sound like grinding bones. From the heart of the tree, a figure began to emerge. It was tall and slender, its form obscured by the intense light of the fungi, but its presence was overwhelming. It moved with an unnatural grace, its movements fluid and yet somehow menacing, as if it were a being made of smoke and shadow. The air crackled with energy, charged with a power that was both terrifying and seductive. Elara gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the thrumming of the tree. Silas, his hand still clutching the obsidian shard, felt a chilling wave of dread wash over him. This was something far beyond anything he had ever encountered, something ancient and powerful, something that defied human comprehension. He felt a pull, a strange magnetism drawing him towards the figure, an irresistible force that fought against his better judgment. Finn, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed on the figure with an unnerving fascination. A slow smile spread across his face, a disturbing expression of acceptance, or perhaps even anticipation. He seemed to be under the figure's influence, hypnotized by its otherworldly power. The figure reached out, its hand elongated and skeletal, its fingers tipped with sharp, black claws. The light of the fungi intensified, casting long, dancing shadows that twisted and contorted, transforming the familiar shapes of the forest into monstrous parodies. Silas fought against the pull, his will struggling against the overwhelming power of the creature. He gripped Elara's arm, his fingers digging into her flesh, trying to anchor himself to reality, to prevent himself from being drawn into the creature's hypnotic embrace. Elara, her eyes wide with terror, struggled against his grip. "We have to leave," she screamed, her voice raw with fear. "We have to get out of here." But it was too late. The creature's touch brushed against Finn, and a scream, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, ripped through the forest. Finn's body convulsed, his skin turning a sickly green, as the creature's energy coursed through him, consuming him, transforming him into something else. Silas and Elara watched in horror, their hearts pounding in their chests, as Finn was consumed, his humanity extinguished, leaving only a grotesque parody of its former self. The creature, now augmented by Finn's absorbed essence, turned its attention to them. The light of the fungi intensified, the air vibrated with a power that threatened to tear them apart. Their escape seemed impossible, the forest itself conspiring to keep them trapped within its malevolent embrace. The whispers returned, a chorus of ancient voices now, celebrating the absorption of yet another soul into the forest's dark heart. The fight for their survival was far from over. The crimson forest, alive and malevolent, held them captive in its grip, and the night was far from over. The forest was not merely a landscape, it was a living, breathing entity, and it was hungry. The creature, now larger, more imposing, pulsed with an unnatural energy, the bioluminescent fungi on the obsidian tree intensifying their ghastly glow. Its form shifted, reforming, its initial humanoid shape dissolving into something more fluid, more primal. Tendrils of shadow snaked from its core, extending like grasping claws, reaching for Silas and Elara. The air throbbed with a nauseating vibration, the very ground beneath their feet trembling in response to the creature's power. Silas, fueled by adrenaline and a primal instinct for survival, pulled Elara behind a massive, twisted root that resembled a monstrous claw. The root pulsed faintly with the same light as the moss and fungi, a testament to the forest's pervasive energy. He fumbled for the obsidian shard, its cool surface a stark contrast to the clammy sweat on his palms. The shard hummed faintly, resonating with the low thrumming that emanated from the creature. The creature hissed, a sound like air escaping a punctured lung, its shadow tendrils probing the darkness around the root, searching. Elara whimpered, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the grotesque movements of the creature. Its form was constantly in flux, a horrifying ballet of shadow and light, each shift more unsettling than the last. Sometimes it resembled a twisted humanoid, other times a writhing mass of tentacles, and occasionally a shapeless void that seemed to consume the very light around it. From the edge of the clearing, they heard new sounds, skittering, rustling, a chorus of high-pitched chirps and clicks. Small, insectoid creatures, no larger than their thumbs, emerged from the shadows, their bodies shimmering with the same eerie luminescence as the moss. They scuttled across the ground, their many legs clicking against the glowing moss, their multifaceted eyes reflecting the light with a disturbing intelligence. These creatures were clearly drawn to the creature's presence, circling it with a disturbing devotion. Silas realized then that the forest itself was a hive, a vast, interconnected ecosystem teeming with life forms adapted to this bizarre, unnatural environment. The whispers weren't just a phenomenon, they were a form of communication, a constant hum of interspecies interaction in this grotesque, living landscape. The creature in the clearing was not just a singular entity, but a nexus, a focal point of the forest's malevolent energy, surrounded by its devoted servants. The insectoids, hundreds of them now, began to climb the obsidian tree, their tiny claws finding purchase on the smooth, black bark. They clustered around the creature, their bodies pulsating in unison with the tree's thrumming. The air buzzed with a strange energy, the combination of the creature's power and the sheer number of insects creating an oppressive atmosphere. Silas, bracing himself for whatever came next, felt a jolt as the obsidian shard reacted to the escalating energy. A surge of power coursed through him, and he felt a strange connection to the forest, a feeling both terrifying and strangely enlightening. He understood, with a horrifying clarity, that the forest was not merely a place, it was an organism, a vast, sentient entity that had evolved beyond human comprehension. He could almost feel its thoughts, its consciousness, its ancient, primal rage. The forest was angry, wounded, and it was seeking vengeance. It had been disturbed, and now it retaliated, drawing power from the life it absorbed, using it to defend itself against any perceived threat. The hikers, unsuspecting trespassers, were merely collateral damage in this ancient struggle. The creature turned its attention back to Silas and Elara, its shadow tendrils lashing out. Silas, emboldened by his newfound understanding, raised the obsidian shard. The shard glowed with an intense light, matching the phosphorescent glow of the forest, and a wave of energy washed over him, pushing back against the creature's influence. The ground trembled violently as the creature roared, its voice a cacophony of guttural sounds, echoing through the trees. The insectoids surged forward, a wave of living darkness attacking Silas and Elara, their tiny claws tearing at their clothes. Elara screamed, fighting back with frantic movements, but it was futile against the sheer number of the creatures. Silas fought back, using the obsidian shard as both a weapon and a shield. He swung it wildly, its edge cutting through the insects, sending them scattering, though more kept coming. The shard's light seemed to repel the creatures, creating a small circle of protection around him and Elara. But they were losing ground, their strength waning against the relentless onslaught. They heard more sounds from the darkness beyond the clearing, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves, the sounds of many more creatures moving towards them. The forest itself was turning against them, its inhabitants uniting to defend their territory. The forest was not just a backdrop for their ordeal, it was an active participant, a living, breathing antagonist with an infinite number of weapons at its disposal. Suddenly, a new creature emerged from the shadows, a hulking beast with thick, matted fur and glowing red eyes, its claws like obsidian blades. This beast dwarfed the previous creatures, an apex predator in this strange ecosystem. It let out a deafening roar, and the smaller insectoids scattered to avoid its path, as if recognizing a higher level of predatory power within the forest's hierarchy. This was a new challenge entirely. Silas realized they were trapped, not just by the creature in the clearing, but by the entire forest. This was no longer a simple trick gone wrong. This was a battle for survival against an entity that was infinitely larger, more ancient, and more powerful than anything they could comprehend. Their escape seemed increasingly improbable as the forest's inhabitants tightened their siege, the night growing darker and more menacing with every passing moment. Their fate hung precariously balanced on a knife's edge, their only hope a desperate struggle against the relentless power of the Crimson Forest and its nightmarish inhabitants. The whispers intensified, a malevolent chorus celebrating their imminent demise. The Crimson Forest had claimed them, and the forest was not done yet. The hulking beast, a terrifying apex predator amidst the already horrifying menagerie, advanced. Its red eyes, twin embers in the gloom of the forest, burned with a predatory intensity that sent a fresh wave of icy terror through Alara. Silas, however, found a grim resolve hardening within him. This was it, the final confrontation. He would not yield. He would not allow the Crimson Forest to consume them. The obsidian shard pulsed in his hand, a faint resonance echoing the beast's guttural growls. He raised it, the sharp edge glinting in the bioluminescent light, and charged. The beast roared, a sound that shook the very earth, and lunged. Silas deflected the blow, the shard's edge scraping against the creature's thick fur, eliciting a snarling hiss from the beast. The impact sent a shockwave through his arm, nearly knocking him off his feet. Alara, screaming, scrambled behind a cluster of phosphorescent fungi, her eyes darting between the monstrous beast and the swirling mass of insectoids that still surrounded them. The insects, sensing the shift in the power dynamic, seemed momentarily hesitant, their movements less frenzied, as if awaiting the outcome of the clash between the two larger creatures. The battle was brutal. Silas, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal. Each swing of the shard was a desperate gamble, each parry a testament to his dwindling strength. The beast's claws raked across his skin, tearing his clothes and leaving deep, bleeding gashes. He could feel his strength failing, his movements becoming slower, less precise. The obsidian shard, however, seemed to possess a power of its own. With each strike, a wave of energy rippled outward, pushing back the encroaching horde of insects. The light emanating from the shard seemed to repel the creatures, forcing them to retreat slightly, creating brief moments of respite in the relentless assault. But the beast was relentless. Its size and strength were overwhelming, and Silas knew he couldn't win this fight on brute force alone. He needed a strategy, a way to use the environment to his advantage. He glanced around wildly, searching for an escape, a weakness, anything that could turn the tide of the battle. His gaze fell upon the massive, gnarled root behind which they had initially sought shelter. It pulsed faintly with the same luminescent energy as the rest of the forest, but it seemed different. Stronger. More stable. He had a feeling it was more than just a piece of the forest. It seemed almost sentient. With a desperate surge of strength, Silas used his remaining energy to drag the beast towards the root. He aimed for the root's base, aiming for the creature's legs. He succeeded, though it nearly cost him everything. the beast's swipe nearly severed his arm. As the beast's massive legs entangled in the thick network of roots, Silas made his move. He thrust the obsidian shard toward the pulsing heart of the root, a point of heightened luminosity, its energy swirling like a vortex. The moment the shard made contact, a surge of power erupted. The root blazed with a blinding light, and a wave of energy shot out from it, engulfing the beast and most of the surrounding insectoids. The beast let out a deafening shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony that echoed through the forest. Its body convulsed, its glowing red eyes dimming, its movements becoming sluggish. The insectoids, caught in the blast, were instantly incinerated, their bodies dissolving into shimmering dust. The light subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The hulking beast lay still, its body steaming slightly, its life force extinguished. The ground around the root was scorched, blackened and steaming. The air hung heavy with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Silence descended upon the crimson forest, a silence heavy with the weight of the battle just fought. Silas, exhausted but alive, slumped against the root, his body racked with pain. Elara, emerging from her hiding place, rushed to his side, her relief palpable. She examined his wounds, her hands trembling. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, the silence broken only by their ragged breaths and the faint, almost imperceptible whispers of the forest. They knew this was not the end. The forest, the entity that pulsed beneath the trees and within the very earth, was still out there, still watching, still waiting. They had merely survived one battle, one confrontation in a war that had only just begun. The Crimson Forest was vast, its mysteries and its dangers far from being fully understood. Their escape was not guaranteed. They had to press on, but they needed to do it cautiously. The power of the obsidian shard had saved them, but they were running out of time, and the deeper they ventured into the forest, the more potent its malice seemed to become. With renewed purpose, they moved, but their progress was slow, arduous. They moved cautiously, avoiding the paths that seemed to beckon with an unnatural glow, avoiding the areas where the whispers were the loudest, avoiding the twisted, ancient trees that seemed to watch them with malevolent curiosity. They trekked through winding paths, carefully circumnavigating glowing moss patches, the air shimmering with strange energy. The forest seemed to be testing them, presenting them with choices that were more like traps. One wrong turn, one misstep, and they could be ensnared again. The darkness seemed to press upon them, and the whispers intensified, growing louder, more menacing. They were voices of warning, of torment, of something ancient and malevolent. The air hummed with a sinister energy, and the trees seemed to watch them with something akin to amusement. Their ordeal was far from over. The Crimson Forest was far from exhausted. Its power was formidable. Its secrets were chilling. Their escape was uncertain. As the first rays of dawn pierced the canopy, painting the Crimson Forest in a ghastly light, they emerged from the deepest part of the woods. The forest's influence seemed to weaken as they moved farther away from the heart of its malevolence. The whispers faded, the light grew steadier, and the trees seemed less menacing. They stumbled out onto a familiar path, exhausted, wounded, but alive. They had faced the Crimson Forest and its monstrous inhabitants, and they had survived. But they knew, with a chilling certainty, that the forest would always remain, a lurking horror waiting for its next victims. The memory of the whispers, the sight of the glowing eyes, the feel of the obsidian shard in their hand, these would forever remain etched in their memories, a constant reminder of their terrifying encounter with the heart of darkness. Their escape was only temporary, a reprieve in a much larger, more terrifying game. The Crimson Forest was still out there, waiting. And they knew it would claim more souls. Their tale was a testament to survival, but it also served as a chilling warning, a solemn reminder that some places are best left undisturbed, some secrets better left buried in the heart of the earth. The world outside the crimson forest felt strangely muted after the cacophony of whispers and monstrous roars. The vibrant greens and blues of a normal forest seemed almost offensively cheerful, a stark contrast to the hellish landscape they'd just escaped. The sun, a familiar orb in the sky, felt alien, its warmth a foreign comfort against the lingering chill that permeated their bones. They emerged onto a path they vaguely recognized, a sense of disorientation clinging to them like a second skin. It was as if the forest had twisted their perception of time and space, leaving them adrift in a surreal afterglow. Silas leaned heavily on his makeshift walking stick, each step a testament to his dwindling strength. His body ached, a symphony of pain from lacerations, bruises, and exhaustion. The obsidian shard, still clutched tightly in his hand, felt strangely warm against his palm, a pulsing ember against the encroaching numbness. He glanced at it, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he remembered the surge of power, the blinding light, and the horrific screams of the beast. It was a memory both terrifying and strangely exhilarating, a grim badge of survival. Elara, though outwardly composed, was trembling. Her eyes, usually bright and full of life, were wide and haunted, reflecting the horrors they had witnessed. She moved with a hesitant grace, her steps measured, her senses heightened, still attuned to the unseen threats that lurked just beyond the periphery of their vision. The silence between them was thick with unspoken fears, a shared trauma that hung heavy in the air. They walked for what felt like hours, the landscape slowly shifting from the unsettling twilight of the forest's edge to the familiar contours of the known world. But the forest's influence lingered, an invisible shroud clinging to their minds. The whispers, though quieter now, still echoed faintly in their ears, a persistent drone that seeped into their thoughts, unsettling their fragile peace. Silas found himself constantly glancing over his shoulder, expecting to see the glowing eyes of the beast or the swarming mass of insectoids. He flinched at every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig, his senses on high alert, expecting the forest to reach out and claim them once more. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was relentless. He felt vulnerable, exposed, even in the relative safety of the familiar path. Elara, too, struggled to shake off the forest's grip. Her nightmares would undoubtedly be populated by the crimson trees, the pulsating fungi, and the horrific creatures that inhabited that nightmarish realm. The vivid imagery, the sensory overload of their ordeal, promised sleepless nights filled with vivid, disturbing dreams. The forest's psychic tendrils had reached into their minds, leaving an indelible scar on their psyches. Even the scent of pine, once comforting, now filled them with a visceral dread, a reminder of the terrors they had faced. As they finally emerged from the woods, the world outside felt both welcoming and strangely alien. The mundane sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the gentle rustling of leaves, felt jarring after the monstrous symphony of the crimson forest. The vibrant colors of the world seemed to assault their senses, overwhelming after the subdued luminescence of their ordeal. The ordinary seemed extraordinary, the familiar alien. They found a small stream, the clear water a stark contrast to the bioluminescent ooze of the forest. Elara collapsed by the bank, burying her face in her hands, overcome with relief and exhaustion. Silas sat beside her, his body still trembling, the echoes of the forest's whispers reverberating in his mind. He examined his wounds, the deep gashes slowly starting to bleed afresh. The obsidian shard, still glowing faintly, rested in his hand. It seemed to pulse faintly, a rhythmic beat mirroring the erratic rhythm of his own heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that the shard was more than just a weapon. It was a conduit, a connection to the terrifying entity that lay beneath the forest floor. Its power had saved them, but it had also opened a door to a realm of unimaginable horror. The question was whether they'd be able to close it before it swallowed them whole. As dusk descended, Painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they began the long trek back to civilization. They walked in silence, each preoccupied with their own private terrors, their own interpretations of the night's events. The forest's shadow stretched long behind them, a silent testament to their harrowing experience. The relief of their escape was tempered by a profound sense of unease. They knew, with a chilling certainty, that the Crimson Forest was not merely a place but a living entity, a malevolent presence that had imprinted itself on their minds and souls. Their escape felt less like a victory and more like a temporary reprieve. The forest had claimed a piece of them, and they carried its haunting legacy within them, a constant reminder of the terrifying reality they had glimpsed. The days that followed were a blur of healing, both physical and emotional. The wounds on their bodies slowly mended, but the scars on their minds remained. They tried to recount their tale, but the words seemed inadequate, unable to capture the true horror of their experience. The forest's whispers, the glowing eyes, the monstrous creatures, these things were too surreal, too terrifying, to be properly conveyed in language. Their experience was a cautionary tale, a glimpse into a realm beyond human comprehension. The Crimson Forest, with its malevolent presence and otherworldly inhabitants, would forever remain a chilling reminder of the terrifying power of nature, a stark warning about the places that are best left undisturbed, the secrets best left buried. Their survival was a fluke, a temporary escape from a realm that will always be waiting, its ancient hunger never fully sated, always ready to claim more victims, weaving its insidious tendrils into the fabric of reality, ready to lure the unsuspecting, ready to swallow the brave, leaving only the chilling memory of its existence as a testament to its power. The forest was still out there, waiting. And they knew it. And the knowledge was a constant, chilling companion. Story 4, The Crystal Caves of Silverstream. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic, hung heavy in the cavern's mouth. Ahead, the passage yawned invitingly, promising adventure and perhaps a deeper understanding of the unsettling phenomena that had plagued Silverstream. The initial fear, the primal instinct to flee that had gripped them upon their first glimpse into the chasm, had slowly receded, replaced by a cautious curiosity, a thirst for knowledge that bordered on recklessness. Professor Armitage, ever the pragmatist, checked his equipment one last time. His headlamp cast a wavering beam on the glistening, moss-covered walls, revealing intricate patterns etched into the rock, ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. Behind him, Dr. Eris Thorne, the team's geologist, meticulously documented their findings, his voice a low hum of scientific inquiry that felt strangely out of place in the echoing vastness of the cave. Young Ben Carter, the most experienced caver among them, moved with a practiced ease, his movements fluid and silent, a testament to years spent exploring the hidden recesses of the earth. And lastly, there was Alara, her presence a quiet counterpoint to the others' bustling activity. She carried herself with a weariness that betrayed the trauma she'd endured, her eyes darting nervously, her hand resting protectively on the obsidian shard Silas had given her. The shard, a chilling reminder of their recent encounter with the Crimson Forest, pulsed faintly in her grasp, radiating a barely perceptible warmth. The passage descended steadily, the air growing cooler, damper. Water trickled down the walls, its rhythm a steady drip, drip, drip that echoed in the silence, punctuated only by the crunch of their boots on the slick, uneven floor. The darkness seemed to press in on them, a palpable entity, whispering secrets in the shadows. Occasionally, shafts of light would filter through cracks in the ceiling, illuminating bizarre formations of rock, stalactites and stalagmites sculpted by millennia of water erosion, creating a surreal, almost otherworldly landscape. Then, it opened up. The crystal caves of Silverstream weren't simply caves, they were a cathedral of light, a subterranean palace crafted from millions of shimmering crystals. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor, were encrusted with crystals of all shapes and sizes, their facets catching the light of their headlamps and scattering it in 1,000 dazzling rainbows. Some were small, like scattered diamonds, others were huge, towering columns that reached towards the unseen ceiling, their surfaces smooth and polished, their edges sharp and dangerous. The colors were breathtaking, deep blues, fiery oranges, emerald greens, all intertwined in an intricate, mesmerizing tapestry of light. The air itself seemed to hum with an energy that vibrated through their very bones, a palpable thrumming that was both awe-inspiring and unnerving. It was beautiful. Stunningly, breathtakingly beautiful. And terrifying. The beauty was deceptive. There was a stillness to the air, a silence so profound it felt oppressive. The crystals themselves seemed to possess an unnerving sentience. As they moved deeper into the cavern, Alara felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a strange feeling of being watched, of being judged. She could almost feel the crystals gaze upon them, sharp and piercing, like the eyes of some ancient, subterranean deity. The obsidian shard in her hand reacted, growing warmer, its faint glow intensifying. The team moved cautiously, their initial awe giving way to a growing sense of unease. Armitage, despite his scientific curiosity, couldn't shake the feeling that they were trespassing, intruding upon something sacred, something ancient and powerful. Thorn, always methodical, took samples of the crystals, his instruments whirring quietly as he analyzed their composition, though a shadow of apprehension played on his usually impassive features. Carter, the seasoned caver, felt a chilling dread that transcended simple fear of the environment. It was a primal fear, an instinctual recognition that something was wrong, terribly, profoundly wrong. As they moved deeper, the crystals began to change. The colors intensified, becoming almost unbearably vibrant. The air grew heavier, charged with an unnatural energy. They heard whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, a chorus of sibilant sounds that echoed through the cavern, seeming to emanate from the crystals themselves. The whispers were not in any human language they knew, yet somehow, they understood them. They spoke of ancient power, of imprisonment, of a slow, agonizing awakening. One particularly large crystal, a towering obelisk of deep amethyst, seemed to pulsate with an inner light. As they approached, Alara felt a sharp pain in her head, a wave of dizziness that threatened to overwhelm her. The obsidian shard throbbed violently in her hand, radiating heat, its glow almost blinding. She stumbled back, gasping for breath, the whispers growing louder, more insistent, piercing her thoughts like shards of glass. The others noticed her distress. Armitage rushed to her side, his face etched with concern. Thorn, however, was captivated by the amethyst obelisk, his fascination overriding his caution. He reached out to touch it, ignoring Armitage's warnings. The moment his fingers brushed against the smooth surface, the obelisk pulsed with blinding light, and the cave erupted in a cacophony of sound. The ground trembled. Crystals shattered, raining down on them like deadly hail. The whispers turned into screams, a chorus of agonized wails that filled the cavern with a horror that transcended comprehension. The team scattered, blinded by the light, disoriented by the sound, terrified by the sheer, unadulterated power that seemed to be unleashed upon them. Alara, clutching the obsidian shard, felt a surge of energy coursing through her, a connection to something ancient and terrible, something that lay buried beneath the earth, waiting to be unleashed. The crystal caves of Silverstream were not just a geological wonder, they were a gateway, a portal to a reality far beyond human understanding, a reality that was both beautiful and terrifying, alluring and deadly. Their unexpected discovery had opened a door they should have left closed, unleashed a power they were ill-equipped to control, and they knew, with a chilling certainty, that their escape was far from assured. The earth itself seemed to be screaming. The deeper they ventured, the more bizarre the cave formations became. Giant, crystalline geysers, seemingly frozen mid-eruption, rose from the floor, their surfaces shimmering with an internal light that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat. These formations were unlike anything Thorne had ever encountered in his extensive geological studies. Their composition defied known geological processes, a baffling blend of elements that shouldn't exist together in such a stable structure. His instrument sputtered and malfunctioned under the influence of the strange energy field emanating from the crystals, rendering his readings useless. The air crackled with static, a low hum that resonated in their teeth and vibrated in their chests. Elara felt the obsidian shard burning in her hand, its warmth intensifying with every step. The whispers continued, no longer faint murmurs, but distinct voices, overlapping and weaving together in a complex, unsettling symphony. She tried to make sense of the language, but it was beyond comprehension, a language that felt older than humanity itself, a language of pure energy and emotion. The voices spoke of imprisonment, of a long slumber, of an awakening that was both imminent and terrifying. Ben, ever the pragmatist despite the increasingly surreal surroundings, kept a close watch on the cave walls, his headlamp slicing through the crystalline formations. He'd explored countless caves in his lifetime, but nothing prepared him for the sheer scale and strangeness of the crystal caves. He noticed faint scratches on some of the larger crystals, almost like markings, as if something immense had brushed against them. The markings seemed to glow faintly under his light, shifting and changing subtly as he watched. He felt a creeping dread, a sense of being observed by something vast and unseen, something that lurked in the shadows between the glittering crystals. Armitage, his scientific mind grappling with the inexplicable, started documenting the energy signatures with a portable spectrometer. The readings were erratic, fluctuating wildly, exceeding the limits of his equipment. The energy seemed to be sentient, reacting to their presence, shifting and changing in response to their movements. He couldn't explain it, couldn't even begin to formulate a hypothesis. He felt a profound unease, a sense that they had stumbled upon something far beyond the realm of scientific understanding, something that bordered on the supernatural. As they continued deeper, they discovered a vast chamber, a colossal cavern that dwarfed all the others. At the center of this chamber, bathed in a blinding, ethereal light, stood a colossal crystalline structure. It resembled a giant, multifaceted egg, radiating an intense energy that made the air shimmer and distort. The whispers intensified here, becoming a deafening roar that vibrated through the very fabric of the cave. Elara felt a searing pain in her head, as if her mind were being invaded, her thoughts assaulted by the cacophony of voices. The obsidian shard pulsed violently in her hand, its heat almost unbearable. She instinctively raised it towards the crystalline egg, and a surge of energy coursed through her, a connection that was both exhilarating and terrifying. She saw visions, flashes of images, a civilization of beings made of light, trapped within the crystal for eons, a cosmic entity of immense power, imprisoned in the heart of the earth, and a cataclysmic event that threatened to shatter the world. The visions were overwhelming, fragmented, but they spoke of a looming catastrophe, a release of power that would have devastating consequences. Thorne, his initial scientific curiosity overwhelmed by the sheer power of the crystalline egg, felt an irresistible urge to touch it. Ignoring Armitage's desperate pleas, he extended his hand, his fingers trembling. As his fingertips brushed against the crystalline surface, the egg pulsed with blinding light, and the chamber erupted in a deafening roar. The ground shook violently, crystals shattered and rained down upon them, and the air was filled with a terrifying energy that threatened to tear them apart. They scattered, blinded and disoriented, struggling to escape the onslaught of light and sound. Elara, her mind reeling from the visions, felt the obsidian shard resonate with the egg's power, a connection that threatened to consume her. She stumbled through the chaos, her only thought to escape, to break free from the overwhelming power of the crystal caves. The obsidian shard, pulsating with a terrifying energy, seemed to guide her, to pull her towards a hidden passage she hadn't noticed before, a passage that seemed to shift and change with every step. Ben, ever the resourceful caver, found himself separated from the group. He navigated through the debris field, the shattered crystals crunching under his boots, his headlamp cutting through the swirling dust. He noticed that the strange markings he had seen earlier were more prevalent now, stretching across the walls like veins of light. The markings pulsed rhythmically, almost as if they were breathing, and he felt an uncanny connection to them, an understanding that transcended language or logic. Armitage, his mind struggling to make sense of what was happening, found himself drawn to a particularly large crystal, one that seemed to hum with a different kind of energy. He touched it hesitantly, and a wave of information flooded his mind, a torrent of complex equations and symbols that defied any known mathematical or scientific framework. The information was terrifying in its scope, detailing the vastness of the cosmos, the cycles of creation and destruction, the fragility of reality itself. Thorn, still captivated by the crystalline egg, found himself unable to tear himself away. The egg's power seemed to hypnotize him, to draw him closer, despite the chaos and danger surrounding him. He reached out again, desperate to understand its secrets, to unravel the mysteries it held. But as he touched the surface, the egg pulsed with renewed intensity, and Thorn let out a blood-curdling scream as he was engulfed by a blinding light. As the dust settled, the team was scattered, disoriented, and profoundly shaken. They had glimpsed something ancient and terrible within the crystal caves, a power that dwarfed human understanding. The crystalline egg remained at the center of the cavern, pulsating with an otherworldly light, a silent testament to a power that lay sleeping, waiting for its chance to unleash a cosmic horror upon the world. Elara, clutching the obsidian shard, knew that their encounter with the crystal caves was far from over. They had awakened something they could not control, and the consequences would be devastating. The escape, if it was even possible, would be a fight for survival against the forces of a cosmic horror that had been sleeping beneath the earth for eons. Their exploration had become a desperate race against time, a struggle against the inexorable awakening of a power that threatened to shatter their world. The earth groaned, a low, guttural sound that spoke of unimaginable power, of ancient, slumbering entities that stirred beneath their feet, waiting for their moment to emerge from the depths. The obsidian shard in Elara's hand throbbed, a counterpoint to the rhythmic pulse emanating from the colossal crystalline egg at the heart of the cavern. The vision she'd experienced, fragmented glimpses of a luminous civilization, a cosmic entity imprisoned, and a looming cataclysm, continued to echo in her mind, a disorienting symphony of light and shadow. The whispers, once a faint murmur, had intensified into a cacophony, a chorus of voices that seemed to claw at the edges of her sanity. They were no longer just sounds, they were sensations, vibrating within her bones, twisting her thoughts, attempting to mold her perceptions. Ben, separated from the others amidst the chaos of the crystalline avalanche, felt a strange connection to the cave itself. The glowing scratches on the crystals, now more prominent than ever, pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light, mirroring the beat of his own heart. He felt an almost hypnotic pull towards them, an urge to trace their enigmatic patterns, to decipher the language etched into the very fabric of the cave. The scratches seemed to shift and change subtly as he observed them, almost as if they were responding to his gaze, a silent conversation between him and the ancient, unknowable intelligence of the cave. He felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling of being watched, not just by something within the cave, but by something that existed beyond it, something that had existed for eons and was now awakening. Armitage, the scientist, found himself utterly overwhelmed. The torrent of information that had flooded his mind upon touching the humming crystal had left him reeling. The equations and symbols were breathtaking in their complexity, revealing a universe of mathematical relationships that transcended any known scientific framework. They spoke of dimensions beyond comprehension, of realities layered upon each other, and of the precarious balance upon which their own reality rested. The sheer volume of information was almost unbearable, a weight that threatened to crush his mind. He felt like he was staring into the abyss of the cosmos, witnessing the birth and death of stars, the evolution of galaxies, and the rise and fall of civilizations that predated humanity by unimaginable spans of time. The horror wasn't in the unknown, but in the terrifying glimpse of the known's true incomprehensibility. Thorn, still partially under the influence of the crystalline egg, felt a strange detachment from his own body. The egg's energy permeated his very being, a tangible force that warped his perception of time and space. He experienced a series of fragmented memories, not his own, but echoes of other minds, trapped within the crystalline structure for millennia. He saw the rise and fall of civilizations, the slow, agonizing decay of their bodies and souls, as they were absorbed by the crystal's insatiable hunger. He witnessed their desperation, their pleas for release, their ultimate surrender to the overwhelming power of the crystal, all merging into a horrifying kaleidoscope of suffering. He felt a strange empathy for these lost souls, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. He was no longer just Thorn, the geologist. He was a vessel, a conduit for the collective memories of an ancient, forgotten race. The whispers intensified, weaving intricate patterns of sound and sensation around the spelunkers. They became individual voices, some pleading, some threatening, some whispering ancient secrets. The language was beyond human comprehension, yet somehow they understood. The crystals weren't just affecting their minds, they were communicating, revealing fragments of a cosmic history, a hidden truth that humanity was not meant to know. The knowledge was unsettling, profoundly terrifying. The whispers spoke of a cosmic entity, a being of immense power trapped within the egg, slowly regaining its strength, preparing for its awakening. They spoke of a coming cataclysm, a shattering of reality itself, a destruction that would consume the earth. As the initial shock subsided, the spelunkers began to piece together their fragmented experiences. They realized that the crystals were not merely geological formations, they were conduits, resonating chambers that amplified and channeled a cosmic energy. This energy, both powerful and terrifying, was affecting their minds, their bodies, and their perceptions of reality. The very air seemed to hum with a latent energy, a power that seemed both alien and intimately familiar, a presence that resonated deep within their souls. Elara, clutching the obsidian shard, felt its power surge as the crystalline egg pulsed with renewed intensity. The shard acted as a counterpoint, a focal point, pulling in the immense energy of the cave and focusing it, albeit erratically, through her. She had a renewed sense of clarity, a perception beyond human understanding. She could feel the interweaving strands of reality, the precarious balance upon which their world stood. The obsidian shard was not just a tool, it was a key, a conduit, and a defense against the terrifying power of the crystal caves. Ben, guided by the pulsing markings, discovered a hidden passage. It was a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, hidden behind a curtain of shimmering crystals. The passage seemed to shift and change with every step, its contours constantly reforming as they moved through it. It was a labyrinth of shifting realities, a corridor of probabilities, each turn revealing a new perspective on the surreal landscape of the crystal caves. Armitage, despite his overwhelming scientific curiosity, found the influx of cosmic information to be both mind-blowing and deeply unsettling. The equations and symbols he had absorbed were not merely mathematical constructs, they were keys to unlocking the secrets of the universe. He saw the delicate balance of forces, the intricate interplay of energies that held together the fabric of existence. The information was vast, complex, and terrifying, revealing the fragility of their reality and the immense and different power of the cosmos. He understood now the true meaning of insignificance in the face of the infinite. Thorn, finally released from the hypnotic influence of the crystal egg, felt the full weight of his experience. The memories of the trapped civilization, their pain, and their slow, agonizing demise had left an indelible mark on his soul. He felt a profound sense of loss, a connection to these ancient beings, these forgotten souls, whose stories had been interwoven with his own. He understood now the price of knowledge, the terrible consequences of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. Their journey into the crystal caves was not merely a scientific expedition, it was a descent into the abyss of cosmic horror, a confrontation with the ancient, unknowable secrets of the universe. The spelunkers emerged from the hidden passage into a vast, subterranean chamber. The air was still, thick with the lingering energy of the crystals. Before them lay a path, winding deeper into the earth, leading towards an unknown destination. They knew their ordeal was far from over. The crystal's influence had changed them, imbuing them with knowledge and power, yet leaving them vulnerable to the terrible forces that slumbered beneath the earth. They were no longer just explorers, they were vessels, charged with a cosmic energy that they could barely control. Their escape from the crystal caves was only the beginning of their fight for survival against the awakening cosmic horror. The earth seemed to hold its breath, waiting, anticipating the inevitable eruption of a power that threatened to consume the world. The silence was more terrifying than any scream, more ominous than any roar. It was the silent anticipation of chaos, the prelude to cosmic annihilation. The spelunkers knew that they were caught in the eye of the storm, that the cataclysm was imminent, and their survival was a mere possibility, a fleeting flicker in the face of overwhelming cosmic horror. The obsidian shard pulsed in Alara's hand, a frantic heartbeat mirroring the erratic rhythm of the crystalline egg. The whispers, once a chilling murmur, now roared in her ears, a cacophony of voices speaking in a language both alien and intimately familiar. They spoke of escape, of a path, but the path was a labyrinth, a shifting, deceptive maze designed to test their resolve, their sanity, their very souls. This was no longer a simple escape, it was a dangerous game, orchestrated by a malevolent intelligence that reveled in their suffering. Ben, guided by the pulsing glyphs etched onto the crystals, led the way. The markings, once static, now flowed and shifted like liquid light, their meaning elusive, their purpose treacherous. Each step forward seemed to trigger a subtle change in the cave structure, the walls breathing, the floor undulating like a restless sea. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnatural energy, a tangible pressure pressing down on them, suffocating them with the weight of the cosmos. He felt the gaze of something ancient, something vast and unknowable, watching them, judging them, toying with them. Armitage, the scientist, clung to his rationality, his scientific mind desperately trying to impose order on the chaos. But even the mathematical precision of the cosmic equations he had glimpsed offered no solace, no solution. The symbols, once a beacon of understanding, now mocked him, their elegant complexity a cruel reminder of humanity's insignificance in the face of cosmic indifference. He felt a growing desperation, the realization that scientific knowledge was utterly inadequate in this realm of primordial horror. The game they played was not one of intellect or logic, it was one of survival against an entity that defied understanding. Thorn, haunted by the spectral memories of the trapped civilization, moved with a grim determination. The weight of those lost souls pressed upon him, a burden of sorrow and despair. He felt their pain, their anguish, their desperate pleas for release, all echoing within his own soul. He understood now the terrible cost of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. This was no mere adventure, it was a transgression, a violation of the natural order, and the consequences were far-reaching, inescapable. The game, he realized, had already begun long before they entered the caves. The path twisted and turned, leading them through a series of ever-changing chambers. Each room presented a new challenge, a new obstacle, designed to test their resilience, their teamwork, and their very humanity. Crystalline stalactites descended from the ceiling like jagged teeth, ready to impale the unwary. The floor shifted beneath their feet, revealing gaping chasms that threatened to swallow them whole. Illusions shimmered and danced before their eyes, warping their perception of reality, blurring the lines between the real and the surreal. At one point, they found themselves trapped in a chamber where the walls pulsed with a hypnotic rhythm, its frequency perfectly synchronized with their own heartbeats. The air vibrated with an almost palpable energy, an intoxicating power that threatened to overwhelm their senses and ensnare their minds. They fought against the compulsion to surrender, to succumb to the irresistible pull of the crystal's mesmerizing song. Elara's obsidian shard, however, seemed to act as a shield, deflecting the hypnotic energy, offering a fragile sanctuary within the swirling vortex of cosmic power. They navigated through crystalline forests, where the trees grew in impossible angles, their branches adorned with glowing, pulsating crystals that seemed to watch their every move. They traversed treacherous ravines, where the ground was composed of shifting sands that threatened to consume them in a quicksand-like embrace. They encountered bizarre and unsettling creatures, forms of life that defied earthly classification, their movements both graceful and terrifying, their motives inscrutable. These creatures were not merely inhabitants of the caves, they were extensions of the caves themselves, their existence intrinsically linked to the crystalline egg's malevolent influence. As they journeyed deeper into the earth, they encountered increasingly complex and dangerous obstacles, a testament to the cave's intelligent design. They faced crystalline puzzles that required meticulous problem-solving, demanding keen observation and intricate coordination. They encountered force fields that only responded to specific patterns of light and sound, forcing them to learn and adapt to the cave's enigmatic language. They had to overcome challenges that tested not only their physical and mental strengths, but their ability to work together as a unit, their capacity for empathy and trust. The game demanded a perfect blend of courage, ingenuity, and teamwork. A single misstep, a moment of hesitation, could prove fatal. Their every move was observed, analyzed, and judged by the malevolent intelligence that ruled the crystal caves. Their escape was not a matter of mere luck. It was a test of their worthiness, a judgment of their resilience, a profound examination of their very humanity. Their escape became a grim dance between survival and surrender. They were pawns in a larger game, played by forces far beyond their comprehension, yet they refused to succumb. They pressed forward, their determination fueled by a mixture of fear, hope, and a stubborn refusal to be consumed by the abyss. The obsidian shard guided Elara, Ben's intuition led the way, Armitage's scientific mind found creative solutions, and Thorn's connection to the lost souls provided a haunting strength. Together, they formed a fragile alliance, bound by a common goal, a shared determination to defy the inevitable. The final challenge came in the form of a colossal crystalline gate, pulsating with malevolent energy. The gate was guarded by a formidable being, a grotesque amalgamation of crystal and shadow, its eyes burning with an eerie intelligence that saw through their very souls. The being was the ultimate guardian, the gatekeeper to their freedom, and its purpose was simple, to test their worthiness one last time. The battle that followed was not one of brute force, but of wills, a contest of minds and spirits. Elara channeled the obsidian shard's power, unleashing a wave of energy that disrupted the creature's form. Ben navigated through a complex sequence of glyphs that neutralized the creature's defenses. Armitage devised a plan that exploited the creature's vulnerabilities, using sound and light to create a chaotic symphony that overwhelmed its senses. Thorn, using the echoes of the lost souls, created an empathy-based attack that appealed to the creature's ancient connection to the crystalline egg. It was a fight for their lives, a desperate struggle against an entity that represented the very essence of cosmic horror. But in the end, their combined strength, their teamwork, and their unwavering determination proved to be more powerful than the cave's malevolent forces. The crystalline gate crumbled, revealing a path to freedom, a pathway to the surface. They had won the game, but the victory was bittersweet, leaving behind a profound sense of loss and the unsettling realization that the true horror had only just begun. The escape from the crystal caves was merely the first step in a much larger, more terrifying game, one with stakes far beyond their comprehension. The echoes of the whispers, the chilling memories of the lost souls, the weight of the cosmic knowledge they had gained, all followed them into the sunlight, a haunting reminder of their harrowing descent and the profound impact of their dangerous game. The world above felt alien and unfamiliar, the sun a harsh reminder of the suffocating darkness they had escaped. The victory felt hollow, for they knew the world above was not safe, that the cosmic horror that resided in the crystal caves was a mere manifestation of a far greater threat that stretched across realities. Their game was far from over. The crystalline gate disintegrated, not with a resounding crash, but with a sigh, like a dying beast releasing its final breath. A shaft of light, impossibly bright after the oppressive darkness of the caves, pierced the gloom, revealing a tunnel leading upwards. Dust motes danced in the beam, each a tiny sun in its own right, momentarily eclipsing the true sun that beckoned them towards freedom. The air, though still heavy with the lingering scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and indescribably alien, was breathable, a stark contrast to the suffocating pressure that had pressed down on them for what felt like an eternity. They emerged blinking into a small, circular cavern, the air noticeably cooler and thinner than in the labyrinth below. The walls here were smoother, almost polished, reflecting the ethereal glow emanating from the opening above. Thorn, the first to reach the opening, peered cautiously upwards. A narrow fissure, barely wider than a man's shoulders, sliced through the rock, a precarious ladder to the world above. "It's a chimney," Armitage breathed, his voice hoarse with relief and exhaustion. He ran a trembling hand through his hair, his usually meticulously combed locks now a mess of disarray, reflecting the chaos of their ordeal. The strain of the journey, the mental and emotional toll of their confrontation with the cosmic entity, was etched onto his face. His eyes, usually alight with intellectual curiosity, now held a haunting emptiness, a profound understanding of the insignificance of human endeavor in the face of unimaginable power. Ben, ever the pragmatist, began assessing their situation. "It's narrow," he observed, "but it's the only way out. We need to proceed carefully. One wrong move in." He trailed off, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The escape from the crystalline depths was far from over. Another peril awaited, one that tested not their courage but their physical dexterity. Elara, clutching the obsidian shard, felt a shiver run down her spine. The shard, once a pulsating beacon of guidance, now felt strangely cold and inert, its energy depleted, its protective aura diminished. The whispers, the cacophony of voices that had tormented them throughout their journey, had faded, but not entirely vanished. They lingered, a faint murmur in the background, a ghostly echo of the cosmic entity's malevolent presence. She knew the threat wasn't over, it had merely shifted, morphing into a new form, awaiting its next opportunity to strike. The ascent was treacherous. The fissure was jagged and uneven, the rock sharp and unforgiving. They climbed slowly, cautiously, each movement deliberate, each handhold meticulously checked. Ben, with his innate physical prowess, led the way, his body a testament to years of mountaineering experience. He tested each grip, ensuring its stability before allowing the others to follow. Armitage, despite his physical limitations, clung to the rock with surprising strength, his determination fueled by a primal instinct to survive. Thorn, haunted by the ghosts of the trapped civilization, climbed with a grim determination, his every muscle strained, his mind focused on reaching the surface, escaping the suffocating embrace of the earth. Elara followed behind them, the obsidian shard serving as a cold comfort in the chilling darkness. As they climbed, they passed layers of crystalline formations, remnants of the cave's complex structure. Some shimmered with a faint, internal light, others were dull and lifeless, their vibrant hues extinguished. These crystalline structures seemed to shift and change, creating the illusion of movement even as they remained fixed in place. They were remnants of the cosmic entity's power, fading echoes of the otherworldly intelligence that controlled the caves. The further they climbed, the more the feeling of the cosmic pressure diminished, their escape from the entity's influence becoming palpable. Several times, loose rocks tumbled down, causing a shower of dust and small crystalline fragments, reminding them of their precarious position. Once, a large chunk of rock threatened to dislodge, forcing Ben to react swiftly, his years of experience enabling him to redirect the falling rock, narrowly averting a disaster. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation, each breath a testament to their resilience and collective determination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they emerged into the sunlight. They lay sprawled on the earth, gasping for breath, their bodies aching, their minds reeling. The world above was vastly different from the subterranean realm they had just escaped. The sunlight felt blindingly bright after the perpetual gloom of the caves. The air, fresh and invigorating, was a stark contrast to the heavy, unnatural atmosphere they had endured. The landscape surrounding them was stark and barren, devoid of any vegetation. The ground was rocky and uneven, punctuated by deep fissures and chasms that mirrored the subterranean tunnels they had just traversed. There was a sense of desolation, a chilling emptiness that seemed to permeate the very air itself. The surrounding mountains, jagged and imposing, loomed above them, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and distort, twisting reality itself. The world above was just as menacing and disturbing as the world beneath. Their escape had been miraculous, a testament to their skill, courage, and teamwork. But their ordeal was far from over. The lingering whispers, the chilling memories of the lost souls, the unsettling knowledge they had gained, all remained, a haunting reminder of their descent into the heart of cosmic horror. They had escaped the crystal caves, but they had not escaped the horrifying game. The chilling realization dawned upon them. Their narrow escape was just the beginning of a far greater, more terrifying ordeal. The sunlight, once a symbol of hope and freedom, now felt like a cruel mockery, highlighting the true scale of their predicament. The world above, once familiar and comforting, now felt alien and hostile, a constant reminder of the profound impact of their harrowing descent into the subterranean abyss. The game was far from over. Their escape was merely an intermission in a larger, more sinister play, orchestrated by forces beyond human comprehension. Story 5: The Silent Sanctuary of Still Waters. The air, though still carrying the faint metallic tang of the crystalline caves, felt cleaner, lighter. A gentle breeze, unheard of in the subterranean labyrinth, rustled through something unseen, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth. Before them stretched a valley, cradled between towering, ancient mountains whose peaks were lost in a swirling mist. At the heart of the valley lay Still Waters, a village that seemed plucked from a forgotten fairy tale. Small, whitewashed cottages clustered around a crystal-clear lake, their steeply pitched roofs covered in moss and lichen, lending them the appearance of age and quiet contemplation. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, promising warmth and the comforting aroma of hearth fires. A gentle murmur, the soft lapping of water against the shore, was the only sound that broke the stillness, creating an atmosphere of profound peace. It was a scene of idyllic beauty, a stark contrast to the hellish landscape they had just escaped. But even in this apparent sanctuary, the travelers felt a prickle of unease, a sense of something amiss, a discordant note in the otherwise perfect harmony. Elara was the first to voice her apprehension. "It's too perfect," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lapping of the lake. The obsidian shard, still cold and lifeless in her hand, pulsed faintly, a barely perceptible thrumming that resonated with the unease in her heart. The whispers, though faint, hadn't completely faded. They clung to the edges of her awareness, a low, persistent hum that hinted at something hidden, something sinister lurking beneath the surface of this idyllic facade. Thorn, his gaze fixed on the village, nodded grimly. He sensed the same disquiet, a subtle shift in the air, a feeling of being watched, of being judged. The village, while outwardly welcoming, felt wrong. The perfection was unnatural, too carefully crafted, like a stage set designed to deceive. He remembered the meticulous detail of the crystalline structures they'd seen in the caves, the chilling imitation of natural beauty, and saw a similar unsettling artifice in still waters. Armitage, his usually sharp intellect clouded by fatigue, observed the village with a detached curiosity. He ran a hand over his beard, a gesture of profound thought, his eyes scanning the details of the village with a meticulous care. He noticed things that others might overlook, the way the light seemed to bend strangely around the cottages, the unnatural stillness of the trees that lined the lake, the unsettling absence of birdsong. The harmony was too perfect, the silence too profound. Ben, ever the pragmatist, focused on the immediate concerns. "We need shelter," he said, his voice low and practical. "And supplies. We've been through hell, and we need to rest and recover." He pointed towards a cottage that appeared slightly less pristine than the others, with a slightly askew chimney and a few loose shingles on its roof. "That one looks habitable." As they approached the village, the feeling of being watched intensified. The air grew heavy, the stillness oppressive. There was no sign of life, yet they sensed a presence, an unseen observer hidden within the shadows of the quaint cottages, behind the perfectly manicured hedges, and the stillness of the ancient trees. The idyllic serenity started to feel suffocating, a stifling blanket of artificial peace. The very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The cottage they chose was small but surprisingly well maintained. A simple wooden door, weathered by time but still sturdy, stood slightly ajar. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and dried herbs. A fire burned low in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere despite the obvious signs of habitation. Furniture was sparse, but everything was meticulously clean and in its place. It seemed almost too organized, too perfect for a deserted cottage. While Ben checked for traps and signs of danger, Alara examined the few personal belongings left behind. A worn copy of a book sat on a small wooden table, its pages, filled with strange symbols and diagrams, seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, mirroring the unsettling glow of the crystalline structures in the caves. A collection of dried herbs hung from the rafters, each carefully labeled in an unfamiliar script. Armitage, his eyes drawn to the book, began to decipher the strange symbols, while Thorn carefully inspected the herbs, recognizing some, but many he could not place. The more they explored, the more unsettling still waters became. The village was eerily silent, yet it felt populated. The sense of being observed never left them, a constant, unseen pressure that kept them on edge. It was as though the village itself was a living entity, watching, waiting, judging. The perfect serenity was a mask, concealing a sinister truth. As night fell, the silence deepened, becoming almost tangible. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and shift, playing tricks on their minds. The air grew colder, and a strange mist began to roll in from the lake, obscuring the edges of the village and adding to the growing sense of unease. A low, guttural moan echoed through the valley, its source impossible to pinpoint. The sound vibrated through their bones, creating a physical sensation of dread. It was a sound that seemed to emanate not from the physical world but from something far deeper, far more ancient. It hinted at a cosmic horror that was both ancient and present, lurking beneath the placid surface of the lake, hidden within the seemingly peaceful cottages, waiting to consume. The travelers huddled around the fire, their fear palpable, their relief at escaping the crystalline caves overshadowed by the unsettling atmosphere of still waters. The escape had merely been a shift in the stage of a horrific play. The villagers, if there were any, remained hidden, their presence felt only in the oppressive silence and the unsettling perfection of their surroundings, and the chilling moan that echoed through the valley. Their rescue was not yet complete. The serene sanctuary was a trap. The game had begun again. And they were trapped, once again, in a nightmare. The unsettling calm of still waters was a palpable thing, pressing down on them like a suffocating blanket. It wasn't the silence itself, though that was profound enough to be unnerving. It was the quality of the silence, a silence so complete, so absolute, that it felt unnatural, contrived. The gentle lapping of the lake against the shore, the only sound that initially broke the stillness, now felt like a mocking reminder of the absence of other, more natural sounds. No bird sang, no insects chirped, no wind whispered through the trees. The very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Elara, her fingers tracing the faint, almost imperceptible thrum of the obsidian shard, noticed the unsettling uniformity of the cottages. Each was identical in size and construction, their whitewashed walls pristine, their moss-covered roofs perfectly symmetrical. It was as if a single entity, rather than a community of people, had constructed the village, meticulously replicating the same design again and again, creating a landscape of unnerving sameness. Thorn, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings, noted the unnatural stillness of the trees. Their branches, heavy with foliage, hung motionless, devoid of the slightest tremor. Even the leaves, usually rustling in the breeze, remained stubbornly still, their surfaces gleaming with an unnatural sheen. It was as if the very vegetation was frozen in time, a testament to the strange, unnatural stasis that permeated still waters. Armitage, his mind slowly piecing together the disquieting details, observed the way the light played upon the village. It seemed distorted, almost refracted, as if the very air itself was bending and twisting the light rays, creating a surreal, dreamlike quality to the scene. He recalled similar distortions in the crystalline caves, a subtle warping of reality that hinted at something profoundly wrong. He ran a finger across a smooth, whitewashed wall, noticing that it felt strangely cold to the touch, colder than the surrounding air suggested. Ben, despite his attempts at pragmatism, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. He noticed the lack of tracks in the perfectly manicured gardens that surrounded the houses. No birds, no squirrels, no insects had disturbed the neat rows of meticulously kept flowers. This perfect order was suffocating. The absence of life was more pronounced than its presence, suggesting a deliberate absence rather than a simple lack of inhabitants. He shivered, not from the cold, but from a creeping sensation that this village was not what it seemed. As they delved deeper into the village, the anomalies grew more pronounced. The shadows cast by the setting sun seemed to lengthen and distort, writhing like living things. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken tension that clung to them like a shroud. They found several cottages that, upon closer inspection, revealed signs of habitation, a half-finished piece of needlework on a table, a spilled cup of tea, a book left open to a random page. But there were no signs of the inhabitants themselves. It was as though they had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the remnants of their daily lives. Elara, examining one such cottage, found a child's drawing pinned to the wall, a crude depiction of a figure with long, spindly limbs and a large, empty head. The simplicity of the drawing was almost terrifying in its directness, conveying a sense of unsettling foreboding. The crayon used appeared strangely sharp and unnatural, like a dark obsidian, almost pulsating. Thorn, his attention drawn to the strange symbols in the book found in their first cottage, began to suspect that the script might not be a language at all, but rather a form of visual code, a way of representing concepts and ideas that existed beyond human comprehension. The diagrams, intricate and baffling, seemed to depict impossible geometries, structures that defied the laws of space and time. He felt a growing sense of disorientation, a feeling of his own understanding dissolving under the pressure of an alien reality. Armitage, using his scientific expertise, attempted to explain away the anomalies. He theorized that some sort of electromagnetic anomaly was affecting the perception of reality, causing distortions in light and sound, creating the illusion of unnatural perfection. He found himself struggling, though. His scientific rationalism battled against an overwhelming sense of cosmic horror, a realization that the anomalies went beyond the realm of simple physics. Ben, ever practical, suggested that they search for a map, or some other form of documentation that might shed light on the history of still waters. He found a battered, leather-bound journal in the attic of one of the cottages. Its pages, filled with a spidery handwriting, described the village as a sanctuary, a place of refuge from the outside world. But the final entry, written in a frantic, desperate scrawl, spoke of a creeping horror, a growing dread, and a final, chilling plea for help. As night fell, casting long, distorted shadows across the village, the travelers found themselves trapped in a nightmarish game of cat and mouse. The oppressive silence of still waters intensified, amplifying their fear. The whispers, barely audible before, grew louder and more insistent, weaving themselves into their thoughts, playing upon their deepest fears. The air grew heavy, and a strange fog began to roll in from the lake, its tendrils winding around the cottages like ghostly fingers. The obsidian shard in Alara's hand pulsed with a growing intensity, its cold surface resonating with the growing dread that permeated the village. The subtle anomalies became more pronounced. Doors creaked open and closed on their own. Shadows moved in the periphery of their vision, shifting and twisting, mocking their sanity. The silence itself felt alive, a sentient entity that watched and waited, judging their every move. They heard the low, guttural moan again, resonating through their bones and shattering the remaining facade of serenity. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a terrifying reminder of the cosmic horror lurking beneath the placid surface of still waters, a horror that was far older and more powerful than anything they could have imagined. The idyllic sanctuary had transformed into a terrifying prison, and their escape, once again, seemed impossible. The seemingly perfect village had turned into a nightmare of cosmic proportions. The game was far from over. The true horror of still waters was yet to unfold. The fog, thick and swirling like a malevolent spirit, had completely enveloped still waters, obscuring the already unsettling uniformity of the cottages. Visibility was reduced to mere feet, the air heavy with a damp chill that seeped into their bones, chilling them to the marrow despite the relatively mild temperature. The oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional, unsettling creak of a settling structure, pressed down on them, a physical weight that threatened to crush their spirits. Then they saw them. Not in a sudden, terrifying burst of revelation, but a gradual, unsettling awareness. At first, it was a flicker of movement at the edge of the fog, a shape shifting and reforming, too indistinct to define. Then, another, and another. They moved with an unnatural fluidity, their forms shifting and blurring, seeming to melt into the fog itself, only to re-emerge in a different place. They were different. Their forms defied easy description. They were humanoid in a vague sense, but their proportions were wrong, their limbs too long or too short, their bodies twisted and contorted in ways that violated the laws of human anatomy. Their skin, if it could be called skin, seemed to shimmer and change color, adapting to the ever-shifting light within the fog. One seemed to coalesce more fully into view, closer to Alara than the others. It stood approximately 7 feet tall, impossibly slender, with limbs that seemed to stretch and retract, giving it an almost liquid grace. Its head was disproportionately small, almost skull-like, and its face, devoid of discernible features, was simply a smooth, pale expanse. Yet, there was an unnerving intelligence in its movements, a chilling awareness that felt utterly alien. Ben, ever the pragmatist, tried to rationalize it. "Perhaps it's just the fog," he muttered, his voice trembling slightly. "Playing tricks on our eyes." But even he couldn't fully believe his own words. The intelligence, the unsettling awareness that emanated from these creatures, transcended any mere visual illusion. Armitage, his scientific mind struggling to reconcile the impossible, began to take readings with his instruments. His Geiger counter sputtered wildly, registering an impossibly high level of radiation. The spectrometer, usually reliable in its readings, showed spectral patterns that defied explanation, light frequencies that didn't exist within the known electromagnetic spectrum. His rationalizations were crumbling. This was far beyond any scientific explanation. Thorne, ever watchful, noticed that the creatures seemed to move in patterns, following an invisible geometry that he couldn't decipher. Their movements weren't random, they were deliberate, purposeful, as if they were enacting a complex ritual or following a predetermined path within the fog. Elara felt the shard in her hand thrumming violently, a deep resonant hum that seemed to echo the low, guttural moans that permeated the fog. The shard, she realized, was reacting to the creatures, somehow sensing their presence, their alien energy. The creatures didn't seem hostile, at least not overtly. They didn't attack, they simply observed, their pale, featureless faces seeming to absorb their every movement, their every emotion. Their silence was even more unsettling than the previous eerie quiet of the village. It was a silence pregnant with meaning, a silence that spoke volumes about an alien existence beyond human comprehension. As they watched the creatures, a faint, ethereal melody began to emanate from the fog. It was a haunting tune, ancient and sorrowful, seemingly composed of whispers and sighs. It was a music that resonated not just in their ears, but deep within their souls, stirring primordial emotions that they didn't understand. The melody, however, seemed to amplify their fear and isolation. Each note pressed upon their psyche, a symphony of unsettling dread. The feeling of being watched intensified, a suffocating pressure that felt like an invasion of their thoughts, their deepest fears and insecurities laid bare to the scrutiny of these inscrutable beings. The travelers slowly understood, these weren't simply inhabitants, they were the very essence of still waters, its consciousness made manifest. They were the guardians of this uncanny place, entities tied inextricably to the village's unnatural stasis, its uncanny perfection. Their forms continued to shift and change, sometimes coalescing into human-like shapes, only to dissolve and reform into something completely different, something that challenged their understanding of reality. They seemed to be responding to their emotions, their fear, their curiosity. The more fear they felt, the more distorted the forms became, twisting into grotesque parodies of humanity. Armitage, desperate for some shred of normalcy, tried to communicate. He spoke in various languages, shouted simple greetings, but the beings offered no response, their silent observation more terrifying than any outright aggression. The ethereal music continued, wrapping them in its chilling embrace. Ben tried a different approach. He offered a gift, a small, intricately carved wooden bird he had always kept in his pocket. He laid it gently on the ground, a gesture of peace, a fragile bridge across the chasm of their difference. The creature nearest him extended a long, delicate finger and gently touched the bird, its touch seeming to transmit a wave of intense coldness that ran up Ben's arm. As the night progressed, the fog thickened, and the unsettling melody became more intense, more emotionally resonant. The travelers, trapped between the overwhelming sense of cosmic horror and the undeniable alien intelligence of the beings, started experiencing a distortion of their perceptions. Time seemed to stretch and warp, moments lingering, others vanishing in a blink. Reality itself felt precarious, a thin membrane separating them from a dimension of pure, unknowable horror. The fog, thick and chilling, was no longer a simple weather phenomenon. It was a living entity, a consciousness wrapping around them, probing their minds, testing their sanity. The boundaries of their perceptions began to break down. They saw visions and heard whispers, their fears and anxieties manifesting as tangible horrors within the fog. The obsidian shard in Alara's hand pulsed with an intensity that mirrored their own fear and disorientation. It was as if the shard was a conduit, connecting them directly to the energy of still waters, its dark, cosmic heart. The travelers felt like mere pawns, trapped in a game they couldn't comprehend, played by entities that existed beyond the realm of human understanding, the true inhabitants of this silent, unsettling sanctuary. Their escape seemed more impossible with each passing moment, their fate inextricably bound to the cosmic horror of still waters. The journey was far from over. The night was young, and the fog was waiting. The ethereal melody intensified, its sorrowful strains now laced with a chilling undercurrent of menace. The fog, a sentient entity, seemed to tighten its grip, pressing in on them, suffocating them with its cold, damp breath. The beings, their forms shifting and swirling within the fog, began to move closer, their silent approach more terrifying than any aggressive advance. Alara, her hand clutching the obsidian shard, felt a surge of primal fear. The shard pulsed, vibrating against her skin, amplifying the growing dread. It was a physical manifestation of their plight, a tangible connection to the terrifying power of still waters. She felt the pull of the fog, a seductive yet horrifying invitation into the unknown, into the heart of this cosmic horror. Ben, his courage faltering, reached for Armitage's hand, seeking reassurance in the familiar touch of a friend. Armitage, his face pale and drawn, was engrossed in his instruments, his reading spiking erratically, reflecting the chaotic energy that permeated the air. His scientific mind was overwhelmed, incapable of processing the alien phenomena unfolding before them. The instruments, usually reliable tools of precision, were rendered useless against this reality-bending horror. Thorn, ever the observant one, noticed a subtle change in the patterns of the being's movements. Their seemingly random shifts and flows began to coalesce into a rhythmic dance, a silent ritual unfolding before their eyes. They were moving towards a central point within the fog, a focal point that emanated an almost palpable sense of dread. The realization struck them with the force of a physical blow. They were being led, guided towards a confrontation, towards a reckoning with the true nature of still waters and its enigmatic inhabitants. Escape, once a seemingly attainable goal, now felt like a ludicrous fantasy. They were trapped in a cosmic game, pawns in a reality-bending horror show orchestrated by entities beyond human comprehension. As they approached the central point, the fog thinned momentarily, revealing a glimpse of what lay within. It was a clearing, circular and perfectly smooth, as if carved from the very fabric of reality. In the center, a monolithic structure rose from the ground, an obsidian obelisk that seemed to absorb the light, casting an even deeper shadow over the already darkened landscape. The obelisk pulsed with a faint inner light, radiating a chilling aura that resonated with the obsidian shard in Alara's hand. The beings, now fully coalesced into vaguely humanoid forms, surrounded the obelisk, their movements slow and deliberate, like dancers in a macabre ballet. Their skin, or what passed for skin, shimmered with an internal light, reflecting the obelisk's eerie glow. They were not merely observing now, they were waiting, watching the travelers approach with an unsettling patience that amplified their fear. Ben, spurred by a desperate surge of adrenaline, made a sudden move, attempting to break through the silent tension. He shouted, his voice strained and hoarse, pleading with the beings in a multitude of languages, hoping for some sign of understanding, some glimmer of hope for escape. His efforts were futile. The beings remained impassive, their silent observation more terrifying than any aggressive act. Armitage, driven by scientific curiosity and a desperate need for some tangible explanation, attempted to analyze the obelisk with his instruments. The readings were off the charts, beyond the capacity of his technology to comprehend. The obelisk seemed to be emitting an energy source unknown to science, a force that defied all known physical laws. Thorn, his mind racing, attempted to decipher the patterns of the being's dance, searching for a clue, a weakness, any potential escape route. But their movements remained cryptic, their motives inscrutable. He realized with a chilling certainty that they were not merely guiding them, they were controlling them, manipulating them, playing with their fears and desperation. Elara, her hand throbbing with the shard's energy, felt an overwhelming urge to touch the obelisk, to connect with the source of Stillwater's power. But something held her back, an instinct of self-preservation, a primal fear of the unknown that wrestled with her morbid curiosity. The shard seemed to sense her conflict, pulsing violently in her hand, mirroring the chaotic energy of the scene. The beings closed in, their forms shifting and swirling, their movements hypnotic and unsettling. They were no longer simply observing, they were enveloping them, their alien energy seeping into their minds, their very beings. The fear was palpable, a physical force that pressed down on them, threatening to crush their spirits. Escape seemed impossible. They were surrounded, trapped, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. The pressure intensified. The beings' movements accelerated, their forms becoming more grotesque, their features more distorted, mirroring the growing terror in the hearts of the travelers. The air crackled with an energy that felt alien and dangerous, a tangible manifestation of their fear and vulnerability. Time itself seemed to warp, moments stretching and contracting, blurring the boundaries of reality. The travelers felt their individual identities dissolving, their fears and insecurities merging into a collective sense of dread. Their minds, under siege from the cosmic horror of still waters, began to unravel, the line between reality and hallucination becoming increasingly blurred. Visions of impossible geometries and nightmarish landscapes flashed before their eyes, the very fabric of their perception tearing at the seams. A low, guttural moan emanated from the obelisk, resonating with the shard in Elara's hand. The moan pulsed with a chilling intensity, a dark symphony of cosmic dread that resonated deep within their souls. The travelers felt a desperate urge to flee, to escape this nightmare, but they were paralyzed by terror, their bodies refusing to obey their will. The obsidian obelisk pulsed again, its light intensifying. The beings fell silent, their movements ceasing abruptly. The only sound was the ominous humming of the obelisk, a chilling prelude to the unknown. The travelers, caught in the heart of the cosmic horror, awaited their fate, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them, a heavy blanket of impending doom. Their confrontation with the silent sanctuary of still waters had reached its climax. The night was far from over. The fog was waiting. The entities of still waters held their fate. The escape seemed a distant possibility, a dream among the horrors of this uncanny place. The journey was far from over, their survival hanging by a thread within the dark heart of still waters. Then, as suddenly as it began, the humming ceased. The obsidian obelisk's light dimmed, leaving them shrouded once more in the oppressive darkness of the fog. The beings, their forms dissolving back into the swirling mist, retreated, leaving the travelers alone in the eerie silence. A sense of bewilderment replaced the paralyzing terror, a strange calm settling over them in the aftermath of the intense cosmic dread. For a long moment, they stood frozen, unsure if the respite was genuine or a cruel trick of their increasingly unreliable perceptions. Elara, still clutching the obsidian shard, felt its vibrations subside, the frantic pulse slowing to a steady thrum. The shard, a tangible link to the alien power of still waters, felt strangely inert, as if its connection to the ominous obelisk had been severed. Armitage, his face still pale but his hand steadier, cautiously activated his instruments. The readings, though still erratic, were less extreme, suggesting a lessening of the chaotic energy that had permeated the air. He whispered, his voice trembling slightly, the energy, it's receding. Thorn, ever the pragmatist, was already scanning their surroundings, searching for a path of escape. He pointed towards a break in the fog, a faint glimmer of light in the distance. That way, he breathed, his voice barely audible above the unsettling silence. There's a break in the fog. We need to go. Ben, his earlier panic replaced by a cautious optimism, nodded. The sheer relief of surviving their ordeal was a powerful catalyst, pushing them toward action. He had expected to confront an impossible obstacle, a fight they could not win. The unexpected retreat of the entities presented a glimmer of hope, however faint. They moved cautiously, their steps measured and silent, toward the break in the fog. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, shifting and yielding slightly as if the very earth itself were still trembling from the encounter. The air hung heavy with the lingering scent of ozone and damp earth, a tangible reminder of the otherworldly horror they had just narrowly escaped. As they neared the edge of the fog, the air grew lighter, the oppressive weight of the unseen entities lifting like a physical burden. They emerged into a small clearing, bathed in the pale light of the moon. The fog, instead of a continuous blanket, was now fragmented, swirling into shifting patterns, like restless spirits seeking refuge. This change offered a path of escape. But the escape wasn't easy. The landscape outside the immediate vicinity of the clearing was distorted, twisted by a warped reality that refused to conform to human understanding. Trees grew at unnatural angles, their branches gnarled and twisted like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The ground was uneven, pocked with sinkholes and crevices that seemed to shift and reform as they approached. Navigation was treacherous. Each step was a gamble, each path a potential trap. Thorn's sharp eyes and practical mind became invaluable, guiding them through the treacherous terrain, picking a route that avoided the more apparent pitfalls. His knowledge of wilderness survival, honed over years of experience, became their lifeline. The land felt alien. Every step carried a threat of falling into unseen chasms or stumbling upon shifting pathways. The land, still touched by the ethereal energy of still waters, remained unsettlingly unpredictable. What had seemed like solid ground moments ago shifted and yielded under their weight. The trees themselves seemed to shift and writhe, their shadows contorting into menacing figures. The ordeal had transformed them. Ben, shaken but resolute, found a strength he hadn't known he possessed. Armitage, though still grappling with the implications of his scientific failure in comprehending what he'd witnessed, felt a renewed sense of awe and wonder, a humbling realization of the vastness of the unknown. Thorn, always the practical one, found himself wrestling with the unseen forces of this cosmic horror. Elara, clutching the obsidian shard, felt a strange connection to this unsettling world. The shard, once a source of dread, now felt like a part of her, a tangible reminder of her brush with the unimaginable. The encounter hadn't just been a survival story, it had left a permanent mark upon her very essence. It took hours of treacherous travel, filled with moments of suspense and near misses, before they finally reached the edge of still water's influence. The distorted landscape slowly gave way to familiar, if still unnerving, terrain. The oppressive fog dissipated, replaced by the calm, cool night air of the uncorrupted forest. They collapsed, exhausted but alive, on the familiar soil, the memory of the silent sanctuary, the ominous obelisk, and the unearthly beings imprinted deeply within their minds. The escape was a victory hard-earned, but it was clear that they would carry the scars of still waters with them forever. They carried not only the physical toll, but also the weight of the unspoken horrors, the cosmic dread and fear experienced in that silent sanctuary. Their ordeal left them changed, The experience had chipped away at their sanity, leaving fissures in their minds that would never fully heal. Their perceptions were altered, haunted by fleeting glimpses of impossible geometries and the distorted faces of the silent beings. They returned to their normal lives, but not to the same lives. Sleep became a refuge and a torment, their dreams filled with echoing moans and the shifting forms of the beings from still waters. Even the sunlight felt muted now, as if the colors of reality had been dimmed by their experience. The reality they had previously known now felt flimsy, a thin veil separating them from the alien horror they had encountered. The certainty of everyday life had been shattered, the line between reality and hallucination, once clearly defined, had blurred permanently. They carried the knowledge that reality, as they understood it, was far from absolute, fragile, and susceptible to the intrusions of a greater cosmic order. The beings of still waters, although seemingly banished, continued to haunt their waking hours, weaving their way into their everyday existence. The memories of the unsettling sanctuary remained, a constant undercurrent of dread that colored their every thought. The world, once a comforting familiarity, had become a landscape of shadows and whispers, a landscape that held a secret cosmic horror they could only briefly glimpse. The world seemed subtly altered, as if the very fabric of reality had been subtly shifted by their encounter. Sound seemed to carry a deeper resonance, and shadows held an unsettling sentience. The seemingly mundane events of their lives now bore a disturbing resemblance to the unsettling rituals they had witnessed at still waters. The escape was not the end. It was merely the beginning of a new, unsettling chapter. The silent sanctuary of still waters, despite their narrow escape, continued to cast its long shadow over their lives. They had escaped the physical confines of the alien sanctuary, but its cosmic horror continued to reach tendrils into their hearts and minds. The journey was far from over. The cosmic horror had touched them, it had altered their perception of reality forever. The world, once familiar, was now a source of constant, if low-level anxiety. The memory of still waters, the escape from certain death, and the cosmic reality they'd glimpsed would forever be a part of their lives.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?